is Howe Bulldogs football.
Deep down the field to the right side, looking for Strong. Goes up, comes down with it at the 48. He's off to the races.
Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GC Easy, Sonic of Howe.
Intercepted. Eli Stoner down the sideline.
Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Acres Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage.
Knox leaps and bounds into the end zone for a 20-yarder.
It's really the line. When you have 4 cut blocks that leave 4 linemen on the ground, I mean, that's easy work. That's a 75-yarder all day long.
Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, the Crazy AC Guy.
And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas 2025 style.
Now let's open the Rapid Electric tailgate party and join the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
What a crazy series the Howe Bulldogs versus Gunter Tigers has been. Howe won the first 17 of 18 matchups from 1935 to 1997, but have now lost the last 17 of 18 matchups since 2000. The Bulldogs were the last team to hand Gunter a district loss, incredibly 10 years ago. No one in their right mind would think the Dogs could upset Gunter tonight, but don't tell Jake Smith or his players that. Howe has their back to the wall after a stunning loss to Bells a week ago. Must-win games are upon us, as every week is a pseudo-playoff game. It's David traveling to meet Goliath. It's Howe at Gunter, and it's football time in Texas.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric tailgate party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric tailgate party. Let's join Monty Walker with the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight.
This week's Senior Spotlight is Willa Ingram, otherwise known as Large Marge. We'll get to that in a moment. When did you start school and how?
I started in kindergarten.
And do you remember who your teacher was?
Miss Smith.
Any particular story you want to tell?
No, sir.
We'll get to that later also, maybe in the broadcast. Your dad has always referred to you as Large Marge. We've kind of picked that up on the broadcast over the years. First of all, I guess we're 3 years late, but are we okay to do that?
Yes, sir.
Any other nicknames?
I don't have any.
Okay. Do you have a favorite teacher?
I'd have to say my math teacher, Miss Johnson.
What is it about Miss Johnson?
She teaches great. She's a nice lady.
What about a favorite coach?
I'd say my position coach, Coach Cromwell. I mean, he's just teaching me a lot since he's been here these past couple months.
Does he pay y'all to say that?
Yes.
Okay. For UIL's purposes, no, he really does not pay them. All right. There's really not been a rivalry with Van Alstyne in your lifetime, especially like it used to be. But your dad was one of those hated Van Alstyne Panthers. Does he ever talk about the glory days?
Yeah, we made the state championship, lost in it, but doesn't let me live it down.
So he talks about it quite often.
Yep.
Okay. You've been an O lineman since birth canal. Ever dreamed of toting the rock and making a catch in the end zone?
I don't have to dream it. I lived it in 7th grade and had my own run play, scored a couple touchdowns, and ran the ball a lot.
Like Refrigerator Perry. You're listening to the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with Will Ingram. We'll be right back.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
You're listening to the MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with Will Ingram. You've had 3 head coaches. Lots of tragedy during your time here. Are things calming down a little bit since Coach Smith got here?
Since he's gotten here, yes, because of everything that's been happening. He's taken a leadership role and just calming things down the best he can.
Here we are, week 8. It's gone by so quickly. With the loss to Bells, you're going to have some must-win games coming up. Unless you can shock the world tonight, how big would it be to dethrone Gunter?
It'd be pretty big. You know, we haven't beaten them in about 10 years. It's 10 years. We were the last team that did it. We have a good chance of doing it tomorrow night.
Senior year, you've got at least 3 Friday nights left. That's 144 minutes, roughly 72 offensive minutes in the regular season. Does that motivate you at all to give everything you have to fight for that extra minute?
You know, it motivates, but it doesn't really make me want to push more because I give everything I have almost every play, and it's going by quick.
As a senior, how do you show your leadership on this team?
I just try to lead by example, just keep showing the guys how to keep going, just keep pushing through adversity.
What do you expect to see from Gunter?
They're going to be Gunter. I mean, they're going to be fast, powerful, and they're going to move the ball. We just got to stop them.
That's your MTE Fence Senior Spotlight with Will Ingram.
Tonight's Senior Spotlight has been brought to you by MTE Fence. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information.
cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs. No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get a free furnace with the purchase of a qualified AC condenser coil package. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Let's join Monty Walker with the Rock Hill Investments Coach's Corner with Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith.
All right, Coach, your offense put together a slot T type of performance to start the game. The drive to open the game was, I think, 12 plays, and it took 5.5 minutes off the clock, and you weren't able to punch it in, though.
Yeah, the whole plan going against the slot T team after talking to Coach Fizell is, typically you defer to the second half, but you don't know how many possessions you're going to have, so He called tails, it landed on heads, so we took the ball because we talked about all week long. If he was able to fumble the coin toss, talking about Coach West, that we would take the ball, so we go up 7-0. With plans of if they tied up 7-7, it can go back and forth, and we'll limit their possessions, or possibly stop them and go up 14-0, which would kind of put them behind. And that plan kind of backfired. We did get into the red zone. It was a really good methodical drive that we were able to string together, but we weren't able to capitalize off of it. It just came down to a couple mistakes. We got into the red zone, had a penalty, and had a false start, and then we got back into the red zone, and then we weren't able to come away with it. We actually went forward on fourth down, got the third first down in the red zone, and so we were actually in there 3 times and came away with no points.
Defensively, I thought your kids did a great job for the most part of the game. Turnovers then at the end left your defense on the field for a very long time.
Yeah, I think the game plan that we put together and all week long, despite the type of practices we had on Monday and Tuesday, I felt like the kids were able to compartmentalize just their job. And it was 7-0 at halftime. We felt like it probably should have been 14-7 us at halftime, but nonetheless, it was 7-0, and the kids were playing fast. They were playing physical. We actually did create 2 turnovers, but they actually popped up in the air, and their halfback caught it, and it was pretty serendipitous on their part. But we felt really good defensively what we were doing, mainly for about 3 quarters. I know it didn't look like it because we gave up 300 yards rushing, but who's not going to give up 300 yards rushing against a slot T team like that? But we felt really good, Saturday morning, just some of the mistakes that we had to correct. We still felt really good about how the kids adjusted, and it was a different defensive front that we had to run just because of the nature of who we were going against. And I think the kids stepped up, especially the ones that had to play the entire time on offense and defense. So we got to praise the kids quite a bit on that.
What do you tell a young man when he has bad things continue to happen to him in a game?
I kind of took the approach where nobody needed to talk to him in the game. If you were going to say something to him, make sure we have a saying: the most important rep is the next rep here in Howe. And we truly believe that the most important rep is the next rep, because whether it's good or bad, you can't dwell on and you can't celebrate what happened before you the next rep, whether it's from rep 2 all the way to 105. Those are the most important reps. And so I kind of took the approach of not going and talking to the kid, and I let Coach Blanton talk to him. And it came down to a communication issue, and then also just executing the catch. But Oh, we actually do that drill that puts us in that situation every Tuesday where we're kicking onside kicks, we're kicking short little pooches or chip kicks where they've got to communicate you or me. And so it's something that we have practiced all year long every Tuesday for that specific situation, and that situation caught us and we didn't execute. But I did grab that young man as we were getting off the bus and we were on the sidewalk going into the locker room, and I told him that I'm not going to take him off that unit. I'm not going to berate him or anything because I know what he's capable of, and that's the first time he's done it all year. And I told him that we trust him, and it's his job to go and execute his job because we're not taking him off. So he's got to figure it out.
You said after the game that it sounds kind of weird to say that in a 42-13 loss that you had the better team, but I think a lot of Bulldog fans may have had the same feeling as they were exiting the gates.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like the feeling that I got whenever I was walking down the staircase to go down to the locker room at halftime. Is I could tell that there were some people that were like, oh my gosh, it's just 7-0. Like we hadn't been like this against Bells in a long time, and shoot, I think we're going to win the game. And that's really I've only felt that maybe a couple times, like maybe the Bowie game since I've been in Howe, that the people in the stands truly believe that we're going to win the game. Now, walking in, I don't know if I didn't hear too much chit chat or chatter of whether we were going to win or not. I think some people just want to keep it close, but we always go in there with the expectations of winning. And it kind of felt good to have that energy and the fans behind our backs to, give us that push when it was just 7-0 at halftime. We had confidence and the kids had confidence. And why I truly believe that we were a better football team is because we were in the red zone 4 or 5 times, and we should have came away with points. And the 21-point swing all came off of those muff kicks on our kickoff return, and it's the first time all year long that I could be wrong, but our offense finally didn't turn the ball over. And we average about 3 or 4 of those every single week, and the offense did their job of possessing the football, but it happened to be another unit that ended up biting us in the butt. So that's why I felt like we were the better football team. And talking to the Bells coaches over there, I think they felt like they kind of came away with one on the road. So that's what made it so disappointing.
You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coaches Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith. We'll be right back. Tonight's Bulldogs football is brought to you by Noble Ridge, right here in Howe, just off Highway 75 at Summit Hill Parkway and walking distance to Summit Hill Elementary. Noble Ridge is our hometown's newest master plan community, featuring new homes from the nation's top builders, plus trails, parks, and family-friendly amenities. Developed by Rock Hill Capital Investments, a trusted North Texas developer with thriving communities in Salina, Sherman, and across the region. Noble Ridge is proud to call Howe home. Learn more at NobleRidgeTX.com. That's NobleRidgeTX.com. You're listening to the Rock Hill Investments Coaches Corner with Howe head coach Jake Smith. Coach, what the Howe Bulldogs need right now is a bye week, but instead you get the opposite of that. You go on the road to the Gunter Tigers, and what do you see coming out of that?
Yeah, what a great opportunity to get to play the number 1 team in the state. That's truly our approach where, when I first took this job, it's like, we have a recipe for success, and we got to continue to instill that in our kids. And I tell those kids all the time, I have no problem meeting another person in the A gap, and that's your mentality where I want that fullback to come run right through the A gap and meet me, and I put my 2 screw holes on his chin, and hopefully that mentality rubs off on our kids where I don't really care who we're playing because they're going to have to play the Howe Bulldogs, and that's what they got to fear. And I know a lot of people that might be listening to this, are probably laughing and chuckling, but there's going to come a point in time where people are really going to fear playing the Howe Bulldogs because that's what we're teaching our kids. We're already going over to the playground over there at the intermediate school. We're recruiting kids to play football. We're talking to the flag football teams about how, this is it's going to be a group that's winning a state championship, and that's what you got to do when you take over a town. You don't just you don't just brainwash the seniors, you start brainwashing those first graders. Like it's funny. I've even got the girls volleyball team hanging their heads out of bus, and because we got a thing we bark on game day. Friday's game day, and so you walk up and down the streets of Howe and the hallways of all the schools, and kids are barking. So you got to start brainwashing people where it is a great opportunity. And the last time that the Gunter Tigers lost a district game was against the Howe Bulldogs, and so you got to hang your hat on that. And I don't really care how long ago that was. And so you got to take pride in who you get to play, and what a great opportunity. We could always line up and play against S&S every single week, but are we really going to feel good about ourselves? That the answer in this program is no. So we got to be excited about playing the Gunter Tigers, and we got to be able to send a message. Win, lose, or draw, we got to make sure that they feel it.
You mentioned that they're ranked number 1 in the state. It's no secret what they are, and I think your players probably understand their track record. Have you had any problems keeping them focused this week?
No, we don't have any problems with that. We've got a great group of kids that show up and work hard every single day, and the ones that are here are the ones that we want to be here. And just for them being number 1, I think our kids are excited to get to play them. We're not trying to put any bulletin board material out there, but we're excited about the opportunity.
Coach Gill has taken over as head coach at Gunter. Are you seeing any difference in play from them?
Yeah, they're not really doing too much pistol flex stuff like they have in the past. Mainly because I think that they've got bigger body offensive linemen where they run more of a zone scheme. They're not man scheme or gap scheme as much. I mean, they still run the belly G. They still run some GT counter, but they run a lot more option than what we've seen in the past, and a lot more zone scheme. But they do have some bigger bodies up front than what they have in the past. But they still play with unbelievable tempo. They still play mistake-free football, and they play really, really hard because the same thing that we're trying to get our kids to believe. Our Howe Bulldog kids, they're different, and I know those guys over at Gunter, that's what they preach to those kids, that their kids are different. So it's exciting to see what's going to happen on Friday.
Any changes in personnel-wise heading into the Gunter game?
No, we don't have any personnel changes. We're still going to I think we kind of started to find a little niche of stuff that we're going to move forward with in the future with some more two-back stuff and just different variations of it. And so we don't have any personnel changes as of right now.
The Coach's Corner has been brought to you by Rock Hill Investments. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the crazy AC guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy is fun.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. Now let's join Monty Walker with a time travel through Bulldogs history.
The Howe Bulldogs are 6-4 in games played on October the 17th and are 2-0 versus the Gunter Tigers on this date. Howe's first ever October the 17th game came in 1941 with a shutout loss to Bells 24-0. In 1947, Howe shut out Gunter 34-0, led by the passing arm of Jack Gaddis. On this date in 1969, Howe beat S&S 32-8, and in 1975 lost to Van Alstyne 22-6. In 1980, Howe defeated Callisburg on this date by a score of 21-0, with David Engel throwing 2 touchdown passes to Jeff Hawkins and Mark Wood. Howe lost to Pottsboro 16-14 on this date in 1986, and in 1997 won at Gunter 26-23 as Nino Falls rushed for 144 yards and 3 touchdowns. Howe lost to Whitewright 34-21 on this date in 2003 and beat Whitewright 30-20 in 2008. The last game played on October the 17th was in 2014 when the Dogs rushed for a record 608 yards against Tom Bean in a 48-12 win. Howe still owns a winning record against Gunter at 18-17. This is due to winning the first 17 of 18 games in the series that dates back to the initial season of 1935. At the turn of the century, Gunter flipped the script and have won the last 17 of 18 matchups. The 2015 21-19 win by Howe over Gunter was the last time Gunter has lost a district game. While Howe owns the win total, Gunter has now outscored Howe 830-644 in the series. Since 2000, Gunter has outscored the Bulldogs 695-164. During Howe's dominating days of 1935 to 1997, Howe outscored Gunter 480-135.
Today's Howe Bulldogs Flux Capacitor is brought to you by the Crazy AC Guy. You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join. Go Dogs!
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
From Studio 42, this is Howe Bulldogs football. You've been listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Football time in Texas is just moments away. Now, with a call of the game, here's the voice of the Howe Bulldogs, Monty Walker.
Well, Justin White, we're outdoors. It's a beautiful night for football. You know, when the schedule comes out and you look at, okay, as a broadcaster, you look at, okay, are we going to be indoors? Are we going to be outdoors? Where we're going to be? Okay, it's October 17th. We're going to be outdoors at Gunter. Holy cow, we could be in a rainstorm. You just never know this time of year, but the Lord blessed us today and this evening. It is absolutely gorgeous, and we look to have a pretty good football game ahead of us.
Yeah, it's a great view up here, up high above the press box. You see the sunset just now kind of going down, and yeah, looking for a good night of football.
We've got the Gunter Tigers. I don't know if anybody's ever heard of them. All they've done is, kind of won 3 straight state championships in a row. They also won one back in 2019 and 2016, so they've been pretty good, but they've been led by Jake Fizel for basically this whole time during their run. But there's only one Jake on the sidelines tonight, and that's head coach Jake Smith. And coming over from the Ennis staff, Jake Smith looks to turn this thing around, and Superintendent Kevin Wilson told him when he got here, it's not going to happen overnight. Be patient, give it some time, put in the standard, and then we have found out that the standard is the standard. If you don't show up for practice, or if you don't show up for weight training, you're not going to play for a quarter or so. And the standard has been set, and whether that hurts them on the field, hey, so be it. But, those sophomores and freshmen and juniors are going, okay, we better get our tails in gear here to get ourselves on the football. So there's no more slacking off if you want to get what you want to get. If you want to be on the field and you want to play, you got to go through the standard.
Yeah, he's putting some rules together, put some structure. Not that there wasn't before, but he's putting his stamp on this team. And, showing up to practice and going to class. I mean, you're still also trying to lead young men. And so he's trying to set that example here at Howe.
Let's check down for the first time tonight with Malin Walker, our Love Cottage sideline reporter. Malin, tell us about the field, the weather, all that kind of good stuff.
Well, this is prime football weather. We have it's 81 degrees here in Gunter, Texas. It's going to slide on down into the mid-70s. One thing about today is that this game that wind is going to play a factor in here.
Also, a generator apparently.
A generator, yeah. Let me scoot away from that. Yeah, we're powering all of Grayson County. Yeah, winds are going to gust up into 15. It shouldn't play too much of a factor into this game, but it is something that you have to take into account. We saw some missed kicks from practice from Gunter and Howe alike, so it's just something that we're going to have to be mindful of. Yeah.
The wind is blowing from the north. You can see the flag down there in the south end zone. Not blowing crazy, but there is a steady breeze. Now, the field is somewhat blocked by the gymnasium and such, but you're still going to get some breeze coming through there.
Yeah, it's got a nice little breeze. The temperatures are nice. The rain, we beat the rain. I think they're supposed to rain tomorrow, about this time tomorrow. So we beat it by about 12 hours.
You're listening to the Rapid Electric Tailgate Party. Don't get shocked. Call them at 903-421-8100. The MTE Fence Senior Spotlight was Will Ingram. Hope you had a chance to listen to that. And if you didn't, you can always listen on the replay right after the game on this same link. The Coach's Corner was brought to you by Rock Hill Investments. The Flux Capacitor brought to you by Crazy AC Guy. And real quick, while we're talking about the Flux Capacitor, Justin, Howe won 17 of the first 18 matchups ever between these two teams, starting in 1935, Howe's first season, all the way to 1997. Just dominated Gunter. Dominated. And then they flipped the script.
literally. I mean, it's
Since the turn of the century, Gunter has now won 17 of the last 18 matchups. And the last time Gunter lost a district game was 10 years ago to the Howe Bulldogs at Bulldog Stadium. It was a 21-19 win. Jaden Matthews had a 62-yard run. And Winston Moss, who's now a coach, was on the field at that time. So Howe looking to end that streak tonight. Let's go over our First Baptist Church of Howe starting lineup. I'll start with the Howe offense, which has up front Dylan Patterson, the senior left tackle. The left guard is sophomore Gavin Snap. The center is senior Aiden Torres. The right guard, our senior spotlight, Large Marge, Will Ingram, and the right tackle is Jacob Griffo. Starting wide receiver will be Braxton Buttery, who had a big game last week. Really a coming-out game for him. Deacon Bender will start at quarterback, as he will for the next 3 years. 38 passes. This is not including last week. The stats were not updated on Huddle last week. 38 out of 79, 6 interceptions, 451 yards, and 4 touchdowns. He rushed 65 times for 442 yards and 3 touchdowns. The tight end is Van Derrick. Slot receiver, Ryken Cross. And the running back, Knox Bounds. And the wide receiver on the far side, Ryland Strong. However, I have a feeling you're going to see some Ryland Strong and Ryken Cross in the backfield together at some point this evening. That's your First Baptist Church of Howe starting offense for the Howe Bulldogs.
All right, let's go to the Gunter defense. They run a 4-3 defense. Starting on that defensive line is defensive end Hayden Nelson. He's a senior. At defensive tackle is Jeremy. Are we saying G or Gee on defensive tackle?
Gee.
Okay. He's a junior. Jeremy Gee at defensive tackle. The other defensive tackle is Grayson Pilkington. He's a senior. At the other defensive end is sophomore Chris Grimaldo. Outside linebacker, another Overman, Witten Overman, a sophomore.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, they are. Blake Boland, he's a junior middle linebacker. Other linebacker is David Puga. He's also a junior. In the secondary, cornerback Parker Alleman, a senior. The other cornerback, Benji Rodriguez, he's a senior, fast guy. Free safety is Braden McDaniel, he's also a senior. And then Ashton Pinkernell, he's a junior, a strong safety. So 3 seniors in that secondary back there.
Gunter is 5-1, 1-2 in district. I'm sorry, 2-0 in district. Howe on the flip side is 2-5, 1-2 in district play. Starting defense for the Howe Bulldogs up front, Jacob Griffo, junior. Dylan Patterson, the senior defensive tackle. Jameer Brown, the sophomore defensive tackle, is back. He had his wisdom teeth cut out, so he might not be as wise coming back this week, but I'm sure the Bulldogs are glad to have him on that defensive front. And Van Derrick will start at defensive end. He is a junior. Knox Bounds, the linebacker, along with Chris Torres and Charles Furr. Your secondary is Ryken Cross and Ryland Strong at the corner positions. Free safety, Braxton Buttery, and your strong safety is Garrett Rogers. That's your starting defense for the Howe Bulldogs.
All right, let's start with the offensive line, or the whole offensive team of Gunter. They're 5-1 in district, 2-0, 5-1 overall, 2-0 in district. Left tackle is Caleb Seiler. He's a junior. Left guard is Dylan Wiley. He's a senior. Another senior at center, Nicholas Damon. Another senior, Mauricio Porras at right guard. And the right tackle, a junior, Malachi Valenzuela. So three seniors, a junior, and a sophomore on that offensive line. At wideout is Benji Rodriguez, a senior. Another wideout is Rye Danowski. He's a junior. At the slot back is sophomore Cole Bolt.
It's a younger brother of Kane Bolt, who was here a year ago, now playing college ball.
And then Jackson Wagner at the slot tight end spot. He's a junior. Senior running back is Jay Campiti. And then quarterback leading this offense is sophomore Knox Gage. That's your starting lineup for Gunter Tigers.
You might be able to hear the wind coming in as it is. We're facing the west, and the wind is coming from the south right at our mics. And it could be the crowd mic, actually, that's picking that up. I'm not sure. Hit a mute and see what. Nope, not the crowd mic. Hit Justin. Let's see what Justin's got. Nope, not Justin. Maybe it's me. I don't know. But anyway, you may hear some wind tonight because it is a little bit gusty. Head coach Jordan Gill is the new leader over there in Gunter. He's 5-1 because their team is 5-1. It's his first year. But let's go over Gunter and what they have accomplished over the past, 15 years. So last year, of course, 14-2 state champs over Woodville, 28-0, a shutout in the state championship game. Of course, there was a lot of questioning when the districts were realigned, whether they were 3A Division I or 3A Division II. They snuck right under, even though they have 49 kids on their roster. But anyway, I think they would have won 3A Division I.
They're that good.
Anyway. Yeah. 2023, they went 16-0, state champs over Tidehaven, 30-14. 2022, 16-0, state champs over Poth, 42-7. 2021, they were in the state title game, 15-1, lost to Franklin, 49-45. In 2020, the COVID year, they were in the state semifinals. They lost to Canadian, 33-6. 2019, they won the state championship, 15-1. They beat Paul Pewitt, 43-22. In 2018, they went 15-1. State semifinal loss to Canadian, 17-7. 2017, they lost the state title game to Newton, 40-16. In 2016, they went 16-0, state champs over Bowling, 43-7. And that's really been their huge, massive run since 2016. Now let's go back a little bit further. Diddly-doo, diddly-doo, diddly-doo. 2015, that's the year Howe beat them in district, won the district championship, but the Gunter Tigers went 8-4 that year, were by-district champs, and lost to Wascom eventually, 28-7. In 2014, they went 12-2, regional champs, lost to Wascom, 49-15. That was the, what was his name? Something Bug Johnson.
For who? For
Wascom.
Oh, I know you're talking about.
Junebug Johnson or something like that. 2013, 9-3, by-district champs, lost to Scurry Rosser, 25-21. 2012 went 10-2, by-district champs, lost to Nakona, 15-13. 2011, 10-3, area champs, lost to Mildred, 49-0. 2010, 9-5, regional champs, lost to Pewitt, 34-7. 2009, 11-1, by-district champs, lost to Pilot Point eventually. 2008, 10-2, by-district champs, lost to Pilot Point again. And 2007, 12-1, area champs, lost to Cisco, 21-14. So you're going back some, what are we talking about?
17.
Dang near 20 years of just flat-out excellence, not missing the playoffs, and racking up so many gold footballs that even Donald Trump would be proud.
And on that record they had last year where they lost the 2 games, that was to Anna, who is I believe 5A, won state title the year before, and lost to Salina, who won state title that same year, last year. So their 2 losses last year were to bigger schools, championship-type schools.
Yeah, so if they would have played just a run-of-the-mill team, they would have been 16-0 last year, one would imagine. Howe, on the other hand, has struggled. Since 2016, it's been rough. Several head coaches, 1, 2, 3, the 4th head coach since 2016. Jake Smith, I think we all feel like they found their diamond. And Jake Smith coming in, he's got a 2-5 record, trying to right the ship here and set the standard for this program. If you listen to the coaches show, he was talking about, hey, they're out recruiting on the intermediate school playground, trying to make sure these kids understand that football is what you want to do when you get older, much like what Gunter has done. Mm-hmm. And once Howe starts winning and building that winning tradition, things will just take off. I mean, this town is so thirsty for a good football team, and I think they've got their man to do that. What a great hire by Kevin Wilson. As he's departing, the superintendent, as he's exiting stage left, we'll always have to remember that Kevin Wilson, it was his watch that Jake Smith was hired on.
Yeah, he's talking about Coach Smith. He's building up the farm system, if you will, building up the pipeline. I thought that was interesting, him talking about that, trying to get those kids ready to carry on the Howe football tradition.
We've got about 14 minutes until kickoff. We're going to take a quick timeout before the teams come out and the national anthem and all of that pageantry. We'll be back in 2 minutes.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
Justin White, another one of those things that I really was impressed with during the coaches show is, I was kind of half-heartedly joking, saying, you need a bye week, and you got the complete opposite of that. You've got Gunter coming in, and he answered that not joking at all. We welcome that challenge to face the number 1 team in the state of Texas, and there was nothing but seriousness.
I say he wouldn't laugh and smile or anything as he said that, I guess.
No, and I actually felt bad kind of asking the question in the tone that I did because it went in a totally different direction. But that tells you the mindset of this football team is, you don't hear stories this week about kids that all of a sudden had a mysterious injury, that, I don't feel, I'm kind of sick this week. I don't really want to play against Gunter. Those days appear to be gone, Justin White.
They really are. I think, again, we talk about the standard he's trying to set an example. And as the kids say, he wants the smoke. He wants all the smoke. He doesn't care if it's the number 1 or number 3 team in the state of Texas. He wants the challenge. And, I'm surprised that he's looking like that. I'm not surprised. Just what he's shown so far in his character and wanting to kind of have some discipline and toughness with his team. He's not willing to back down. Not afraid to back down from a challenge.
I guess if you want to be the best, you have to beat the best.
Right?
What they say. So I'm not sure if the buzzing is going over the airways, but we have hit some sort of a
Jackson Leonard and 19.
Not sure what.
Waldo. Your 2025 Gunter Tigers.
Jake, can you check? No, it's not that. Did you plug something in that caused that?
No, I moved my iPad like off his notes, and it just.
Let's take a quick timeout, and we'll be back in less than a minute.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
Uh-oh. I'm working.
Well,
there you go.
Something. We've got quite the audio catastrophe going on right now, but
It just, hold on. I'm just going to move this iPad.
take that out. Let's do that. Okay. We're going to move this, and we're
Okay.
good. There we are.
I could just leave this here. All this because I moved my iPad.
So the officials for tonight's game, the referee is Andrew Fulton. The umpire is Rhys Wilson. There's a lot of Rhys in this game. R-H-Y-S.
Yeah. Huh.
Head line judge, Delwyn Young. Line judge is Philip Gwynn. The field judge is Shane Matheny. The side judge is Mike Anderson, and the back judge is Paul Halton. They are they're the TASO officials. So, Justin, if you're Howe, do you want the football first or do you want to defer?
I think you want the football first. You want to try to establish something off the bat. And I was thinking about this on the way over here. We talk about Coach Smith putting all his chips in, trying something wild and crazy, a halfback pass or some kind of trick play. This is the game to do it right here. You're the underdog. You're underestimated. Come out, punch it in the mouth.
The Gunter Tigers are making their way through the tunnel. The lights are flashing over here. We had this situation in Blue Ridge a couple of years ago. That's very, very loud. But they have these, they've got new lights over here, the LED lights, which flicker at times. They go out at times, and then they flash. And here come the Howe Bulldogs. Carrying the black flag is Dylan Patterson. Your captains for tonight, Dylan Patterson, Aiden Torres, Chris Torres, and Charles Furr. And Bulldogs come out in their white tops, white helmets, black pants with a big, thick white stripe down the side, and the script Howe on the side of the helmets. Now someone posed to me earlier, I think it was Jake Roberts. Tell the audience what you asked about their helmets.
Yeah, I was wondering earlier if they had added like Ohio State stickers to their helmets, like the ones that they will give when players will do good things or make tackles or whatever they do. But yeah, I was curious about that.
Yeah, and apparently that is the case. They do have the decals every time they do something good. Now some of them have done so good it looks like the black helmets are back. There's stickers all over some of their helmets. Garrett Rogers the entire left side of his helmet is just about full. Same way with Aiden Torres. So you can tell who Dylan Patterson's the same way. You can kind of tell who straps it on, and the coaches like watching game film.
And I can't tell what the stickers are. You know, Ohio State, they're little Buckeyes or whatever, but I don't know what the stickers are for Howe. I can't see from that.
I think Malin may be able. He's right there. He may be able to tell us what that sticker is. What's that decal?
The stickers are going to be predominantly stars.
Okay.
Stars. Okay.
And the coin toss is about ready to happen. The captains for Gunter are making their way out on the field. Malin is on his way out there as well.
I thought maybe those decals you could put little paw prints.
Or the bulldog with the skull and crossbones.
Yes.
And we'll get ready for Malin. I think he's ready.
And your captains for the Gunter Tigers. Number 60, Dylan Wiley. Number 72, Mauricio Torres. Number 54, Creed Rayner. And then
And
your
the
honorary
official
captains for tonight.
is shaking hands with everybody right now,
Kobe Bowe.
which is referee Andrew
And
Fulton.
the number 1, Theo Bowe.
And still shaking hands with all the captains.
Guys, y'all are captains. You guys act like captains with a good shake. Sound good? You're the visiting team. You get to call it. That's heads, and that's tails. That's tails and heads. What's your call? Tails is the call. It's heads. You won the toss. You won to defer.
And Gunter has won the toss. They've elected to
Tigers have
defer
won the toss.
to the
They
second
elected to
half.
defer.
They will kick from the south end zone, which is where the scoreboard is. And Howe will have the wind in their face to start the football game, but they'll have the ball as long as
Howe
they
will
can
receive the opening kick
receive
coming
the
out of the north
football.
end
We had some issues a week ago. Let's hope that's all cleared up.
Let's hope that the Bulldogs worked on that, and I'm curious if Gunter saw that on film. I'm sure they did.
So Howe will send their kick return team on the field first.
At this time,
Riken Cross is back to the
Move
green
your hands
gloves
and join us in
tonight.
honoring our nation with the playing of the national anthem.
And I think we're ready for the national anthem. And the lights go out. And with that, Justin White, it is football time in Texas. The lights come on. Friday Night Lights, here we are. We got about a minute 2 until kickoff.
Beautiful weather. Nice day to be out. Nice night to be outside. Look for an exciting one here tonight. Week 8.
Jake Smith clapping his hands. Yeah, week 8 has come by quickly, has it not?
After tonight, we only got 2 more games left.
So Callisburg next week and then a bye week, and then finish off the season by jumping into the playoffs against Blue Ridge. That's the plan, right?
Yes.
We have a member from the coaching staff next to us over here all night tonight. So we got to really watch what we say.
He's listening to us.
The Gunter Tigers will come out in all black. That's a kind of a new look for them the past couple of years. They have the blue numbers, the black helmets, black jerseys, black pants. As I mentioned, the blue numbers outlined in white. And boy, the PA system likes to really get loud over here in Gunter, Texas. Riken Cross and Ryland Strong, 2 of the most dangerous returners in North Texas, are back deep to receive this one. It is Caden Thomas and Garrett Rogers, the up men. Let's see what the Gunter Tigers elect to do here, as it's Lathan Pacina teeing it up for your initial Tech Wave kickoff. Right-footed kicker. The ball is in the air, headed towards Ryland Strong at the 13-yard line. He'll come up the left hash, now down, darted out to the right side. Good running up to about the 33-yard line, and Howe will start there. Pretty good field position here in this football game, but again, going against the wind on this first drive.
Good solid return by Ryland Strong. Surprised they kicked to him, but they've got pretty good kick coverage, a lot of speed on that Gunter sideline.
Are you surprised that they kicked it to Ryland Strong?
I am very, very surprised. But you got two speeches back there with Strong and Cross.
So here we start. Howe from their own 33-yard line. Moving right to left from our vantage point and the fans' vantage point as we're on the visiting side. Buttery split out wide to the left. Bender in the gun is going to hand off to Knox Bounds on play number 1. He'll cross the 35 to the 37-yard line. They may back it up a yard to the 36 if they're anything like the officials from last week, but no, they give him the 37-yard line. So a 4-yard gain on play number 1 for Howe.
Nice solid run by Bounds. If you can get this running game started, which Bounds has had some good games, not so much last week, but he's had some good games this season, about 4 100-yard games.
Strong goes split out wide to the right, Buttery down at the bottom. Bounds to the right side of Bender. Man in motion is cross. They give it to Bounds coming near side this time. Same action, but not as many yards, maybe not any yards, to the 37-yard line, which was the line of scrimmage. 3rd down and 6 coming up for the Bulldogs.
Linebackers able to converge in. Looked like everybody got a helmet on somebody, but those linebackers were able to converge in and plug up those holes for Bounds not able to run through. So 3rd down and 6. Let's see if you see maybe a slant across the middle, a quick screen pass.
Remember, you've got a wind coming right at you.
True.
Crosses in the slot and whistles before this gets underway. And is Howe going to be playing behind the sticks?
This is start on the Bulldogs. It's cliche, but you can't have that. You really can't. I mean, especially against a team like Gunter. Any team, especially a team like Gunter, just having mistakes like that.
If you're going to beat the number 1 team in the state, you have to play perfect.
Really do.
And
have a little luck, too.
And there's your first penalty of the night. Same formation, however, Riken Cross will be in the slot on the far side instead of the near. Bounds will be on the right side of Bender, who's in the gun. They all look to the side for the play call. And Bender wants to throw. Deep down the right side. It's going to be intercepted at the 42-yard line. Coming near side, now escaping towards the bench. All the way down the sidelines to the 20, to the 15-10. There's your first touchdown of the night. There's a flag down at about the 19-yard line. So let's check that and see what that is. But for now, it's a 58-yard touchdown return, and I wasn't able to catch the individual who returned it because the black jerseys and the blue numbers are very hard to see.
It was number 7, Alex, and I'm showing my age. I almost can't read this, Monty. It's number 7, though.
So
I didn't bring a enlarged roster.
That is Alex Finner. I've got new lenses.
I may need to borrow them here.
I don't think you'd want these.
But it threw it down the cross. It was almost like we're going to throw it long, and if it's intercepted, it'd be like a long punt. But he brought that back all the way back to the end zone. But let's see what the penalty is.
Well, it's going to go again. It appears it's going against Gunter.
But I believe it's going to be after the interception.
Well, I thought so, but now the offense.
Well, it was
indicated against the Tigers.
In the place of maybe roughing the passer, because it was right over there where Bender was.
The officials are still talking to Jake Smith about this.
And I saw Bender kind of get up, look at the officials, and I saw the Gunter player with his hands up in the air like, what did I do? But I thought it was after the interception, but maybe not.
I thought I was kind of thinking that as well. Players are just now coming back on the field, and it looks like the offense. No, the defense is on the field.
Defense is out there. I don't see Bender.
So they're going to move the ball back to the 33-yard line.
First and 10.
So it'll be an interception, and you said that was Finner.
Yes.
So there's Howe's first turnover of the night with 10:05 on the clock on their first possession. And now Gunter will have it at Howe's 33-yard line. In the gun, looks like it's going to be freshman quarterback. A handoff, spinning around, trying to break tackles. Does break several tackles up to the 26-yard line.
Hard run by number 5, Cole.
And that's going to be Cole Bolt on the carry, the younger brother of Kane Bolt, who is now playing college football. They'll spot this at the 26-yard line. The freshman quarterback is Tristan Barton. And here's a handoff on the near side, and that is the first carry for Jay Campiti, and he's down at the 1-yard line, a 25-yard carry. And I don't think anybody touched him until the 1.
He was on the left side of the quarter of Barton, got the handoff, just ran around right tackle, and there was just a wide open lane between the offensive line and the receiver out there blocking. And luckily Rock can cross with a touchdown saving tackle. But we may be just delaying the inevitable.
First and goal from the 1 for Gunter at the north end zone. Barton, handoff, Campiti, right over right guard. He's in. Touchdown, Gunter on their first possession after the turnover. We haven't said that very much this year.
Turnover on?
Scoring off of a turnover.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, we have.
So 8:58 on the clock as Gunter strikes first blood, and we are awaiting the PAT. It was a 3-play drive that went 33 yards after the interception. That's your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap. It took about a minute 6 seconds off the clock. On for the PAT, which is up and true, was Pacina. And it is 7-0 Gunter early here in Howe. We'll be right back after this timeout.
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at mredinsurance.com.
Welcome back. 7-0 Gunter in the lead. 8:58 left to go in the first. If you're just joining us, what you have missed is Howe took the ball first, went 3 plays, and turned it over on an interception that was run back for a touchdown, actually, but a penalty brought it back to the 33-yard line, and Gunter scored 3 plays later on a touchdown scamper by Jay Campiti. And the Tech Wave kickoff is in the air. Headed to Ryland Strong again, this time at the 14-yard line, middle of the field. Turns right, turns the middle of the field. It's going to be wrestled down right about the 25-yard line. They were trying to take the ball away from him, but Strong went down with it. And they'll mark him at the 25 or 4? 25, 26.
Number 23.
In between the 25 and the 26.
You know, and with the Bulldogs, you don't want to do what you're good at with running the ball.
Well, and I think a big deal for Howe this year has been the false starts.
Mm-hmm.
It's killed so many drives, and you see a product of it again right there on 3rd and 6. They get a 5-yard penalty, 3rd and 11, and it puts Bender in a bad situation.
Penalties and turnovers all year long.
Strong up top, Buttery down at the bottom, handoff. Knox Bounds in trouble. He's going to lose yardage back to the 20. That was sniffed out very early on with 3 black jerseys right in his face.
Alex Hernandez with the tackle for a loss.
So that'll go back to the 20, a 6-yard loss for Knox Bounds.
Makes it 2nd and 16.
Got the handoff, trying to come around that left side. And one of the linebackers was there waiting for him, 24, Grayson Pilkington, the defensive tackle, actually waiting for him there.
Bounds will be on the right side of Bender, and he'll get the carry again. This time up the middle, trips over his right guard, Gavin Snap, but he'll gain a yard to the 21, and it's third down again.
Bring up 3rd and 15.
And it's 3rd and 15, and Will Ingram slow to get up.
Number 24, Grayson Pilkington.
He's holding what appears to be his left leg.
Injury timeout on the field.
There's going to be an injury timeout. We're going to take one, too. We'll be back right after this.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward. South State Bank. Member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Ingram being helped off the field by trainer Mark Stein. And I think his sister, Hannah Ingram, is that not, that's not Hannah, is it? It is Hannah. Putting absolutely no weight on his left leg.
That's what I say, he's no pressure on that foot. He's literally hobbling off.
3rd down and 15 for Howe. Bender with 2 men beside him. Bounds and Cross. This is a handoff to Cross for the first time tonight. Tries to slip through. Right there are a bunch of black jerseys to make sure he goes nowhere. And Howe's going to have to punt into the teeth of this wind for the first time tonight.
And there is just nothing in between the tackles on the interior run. And think about Gunter, I've noticed this last year, they don't have a lot of size up front, but they're so fast getting off the ball.
They're very, very quick and very, very disciplined. Garrett Rogers will stand at his own 12-yard line to punt this one away. You got to punt it low. Quick kick, low end-over-end kick, going to bounce at the 49. Roll over midfield, bounce back, and Howe will kill it at their own 49-yard line.
Punt will be down.
And that's where Gunter will take over. So both possessions of Gunter start in Howe territory. 7:02 on the clock, and the Tigers lead it 7-0.
That's a big loss if you lose Will Ingram, arguably your best offensive lineman.
We'll check with Malin, and Malin will keep his eye on who's going to replace Ingram at that right guard. Malin, what's the mood so far of this team? Is it stagnant, or are they still carrying on like normal?
The mood is eerily stagnant. Something I've noticed is that this is a very quiet stadium. There's just no noise on both sides, Howe and Gunter alike. Not from the stands, not from the players. It's just eerily quiet.
Snap back to Barton. He's going to keep it. Flag is down. Barton, the freshman's going to take it to the house. 49-yard run, but check the flag at about the 24-yard line. An illegal block is going to take this back, either a hold or something of the
I think it was a hold.
Similar.
One of the receivers out wide was holding Cross, who was trying to get away to make the tackle.
If that's the case, the freshman, they've had 2 big long runs called back because of the penalty.
And that's only a freshman.
Yeah, that's a pretty impressive freshman.
It's throwing me off with the 27 as a quarterback.
That is a little bit different. I don't think he'll be wearing that next year. So they'll spot the ball at the 35-yard line.
First and 10 for the Tigers.
And now it'll be first down and 10, moving left to right. 2 men in the backfield. Barton, handoff to Campidi again, right there. Great tackle from behind.
Number 3, Jay Campidi with a
And
carry
I
of about 2 yards.
think that was the middle linebacker, Chris Torres, who made the tackle, I believe. It might have been Brevin Mayo. But a minimal gain of about 2 brings up second down and 8 with 6:30 on the clock. Snap back. Quick pass out to the left side. Flag is down again and breaking away again. I believe that
Pass complete to number 18.
is going to be the wide receiver Prescott, Gage Prescott, who makes the catch.
Those officials are watching those outside receivers when they do those quick screens. When those receivers are out there blocking, they're watching that. And you got to let go. You block, but you can't hold.
It's going to be against Howe. Offsides against Howe, but it's going to be declined. And Gunter will take the ball at the 21-yard line. They'll take the play, which was a 12-yard gain.
It did look like somebody went in the neutral zone, but I really thought Gunter was called for holding.
Do we have a timeout on the field?
I believe Howe was trying to get a man off and couldn't, so they called timeout.
Bounds trying to get off.
That is their first charge timeout of the half.
Howe called timeout.
And Howe's head coach Jake Smith is talking to the official about something. We're going to take a quick timeout. We'll be right back.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100.
Welcome back. The ball spotted at the 21-yard line after the timeout. And Gunter is on the march again. 6:16 on the clock here in the first. They lead 7-0. Justin, this is what you expect to get with the Gunter Tigers, but not maybe so much penalties, but quick touchdowns.
Yeah, quick touchdowns. They got athletes all over the place. You know, it was interesting when they brought in, or when Jordan Gildy, one of the coordinators, was promoted to head coach. They just kind of plug and play. I mean, they haven't lost a beat since Coach Riddell has left.
2 backs in the backfield. Barton will hand off, and there's a screen back. It's a double pass. It's going to be tipped away. Oh, it's caught on the rebound. It was a great effort, a great job of defense,
Number 21,
which I think might have been Ryland Strong back there. It was a lateral and another lateral and then a pass down the field. Did I see that correctly?
Gage Prescott.
I think that may have been either Knox Bounds or Eli Stoner back there, who thought it's a single digit. I can't tell who it is, but they got back there in time and thought they got their hand on it. I thought
it was going to be intercepted.
I thought it was too, or at least tipped.
Well, it was tipped.
It was tipped.
Was it tipped? Okay.
And then it fell in the arms of the receiver for the touchdown. Wow.
Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good.
Here's the kick. It's up, and it is true. Again, that's Pacina.
Point after attempt is good.
On the kick. 14-0, our new score. 6:07 on the clock here at Tiger Stadium. We'll be back after this.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! Speaking of Roger Tidwell, it is 79 degrees out here.
Oh, he would be freezing out here.
But the good thing is we have a breeze coming in. Nobody's sweating tonight. 14-0 our score here in Gunter, Texas. Pacina's kick is a high, deep one. Ryland Strong will let it go over his head, and it goes through the end zone. So the Tech Wave kickoff will eventually come out to the 25.
Kind of cool little setup they got on the outside of the at the end of the end zones with the lawn chairs and a lot of the probably older alumni, older people out there sitting in their lawn chairs enjoying the game from behind the end zone.
The Bulldogs will take over.
Yeah, and it could be the coaches' wives, to be honest with you.
Yeah, okay.
There needs to be a designated area for coaches' wives. I'm in favor of that. A lot of times
there must be in the corner because I know I see some right here.
A lot of times the coaches' wives don't need to hear what the fans are sometimes saying. First and 10 for Howe at the 25-yard line. Cross goes in motion. Somebody jumped off sides, either Howe or Gunter. Dylan Patterson ended up on his back.
I think it's Gunter.
Flag on the play. Offsides.
It is against Gunter.
It's gonna go against Colt Elvington, who just leveled Dylan Patterson.
Howe able to get some free yardage.
So now they'll move it up to the 30.
And Patterson did a good job of selling it. He kind of fell backwards and flailed his hands up.
Is he an actor?
Well,
Malin, is Dylan Patterson in one act? Do we know? Was he a good actor? Hang on. Go ahead.
I don't believe he was an actor, but I'm sure he has the chops for it.
Here we go. Bender's going to hand off to Bounds again as they still try and establish the run, but Bounds gets back to the line of scrimmage at the 30. And it'll be second down and 4 coming up.
Gunter not respecting the run at all.
Number 9.
Telling Bender, you're going to throw it downfield if you're going to move the ball on us. They're selling out for the run.
Howe's thrown one pass against this wind, and it was intercepted and ran back for a touchdown, which eventually was called back for holding. But the interception stood, which led to a touchdown by Gunter. Man in motion is Cross again. Bender is going to roll out right, and he's going to flip it out of bounds, but it might have been intercepted. I think it was intercepted, but I don't believe the defender was able to get his feet down, as Bender was just trying to throw it away out of bounds.
Well, I think it was a quarterback design run around the right side, and he had black jersey conversion on him, so he decided to throw the ball away, and he almost threw it, almost intercepted.
That play was designed to pitch it to Knox Bounds.
I was going to say, I think it was a read option.
But he had so much pressure coming that he actually got behind the pitch man. So it's third down and 4 for Howe from the 31-yard line, from their own 31. Bender rolls out right, wants to throw, quick pass, it's going to be caught. Caden Thomas makes it. He's going to be maybe just shy. It's going to be close. Right at the 34-yard line. It's going to be 4th and 1. Do you roll the dice here this early?
2 yards.
And you're the underdog. Do you take a chance?
Coach Smith is talking about it. 4th and 1. Now he sends out the punt team.
And I'm a little surprised by that spot as well. Felt like he got a little further than that.
I think he got further than that.
Yeah.
They gave him the 33, actually.
It's really only like a 1-yard gain is what they gave him.
Yeah.
I thought he was really close to the sticks.
I thought he was going to be very close. And now Howe's going to go for it. A handoff. This is that wisdom? That is Jameer Brown on the carry.
His first handoff of the season, first carry of the season.
Did they He gets up and says they got it.
I think
and they did. Jameer Brown with the carry. Wisdom.
Yes. The defensive tackle getting some new short yardage back.
3 yards on the carry for Jameer Brown. That's a big, big back.
He came in there like a boss.
Boy, he did. Jerome Bettis stop. And Howe moves the sticks at the 36-yard line. Handoff. Riken Cross caught from behind. The Gunter Tigers are just so quick.
I'm telling you.
That's going to be a loss of a yard to the 35.
I said earlier, they're not big. They're just disciplined, and they get off the ball so quickly.
So we're going to have another injury timeout as the defensive end for Gunter, Chris Grimaldo, was slow getting off the turf. I'm not sure if we're going to have a timeout or not, as I think they're calling the team back out. The teams. And now are they saying official timeout? Nope, they're going to go ahead and keep this thing going. They're saying wind the clock, which is 4:20 on the first quarter clock. Howe from their own 35-yard line, facing 2nd down and 11 after the 1-yard loss by Riken Cross. Bounds will stand to the right side. Bender wants to throw. It's going to be caught right at the 40. That's a big, tough catch. And that is going to be Cross who makes the catch right at the 40. And he took a beating as soon as he made the catch. 6-yard gain.
That was Blake Boland, the middle linebacker, who popped across when he got that.
So 3rd and 5, 3:40 on the clock here in the first. Bender wants it. Trying to draw him off sides, drops back, quick pass. Now he's under pressure, he's going to be sacked. All the way back to the 27-yard line.
Quarterback is sacked in the backfield.
He had just no time.
Blake Boland.
He was trying to do a quick pass, but yeah, they were both bearing down on him.
Malin, have you had a chance to see who's checked in for Will Ingram at right guard?
I haven't had the chance to have a good, solid look at who is replacing Will Ingram. Will Ingram is going to be out for the remainder of this game.
I believe, well, it's Bryce Baker who has stepped in. And now we've got a punt as Garrett Rogers and whistles before this one gets underway.
Gunter's so quick off the line that, and I guess they intimidated Howe into a false start there.
Indicating against the Bulldogs.
Well, if they're so quick off the line, that's where you kind of change up your cadence to see if you can get some free yardage.
Well, and they did to start that drive.
Yeah. So just to keep them honest.
So they'll spot it back to the 29 after the penalty against Howe. Rogers will stand at his own 20 to punt this one away. They're coming quickly. End over end kick, going to bounce at the 45. Go right into the hands of the returner. All the way down the sidelines. A flag is down, but not the Gunter Tiger returner, who is in the end zone for about a 60-yard return, which is Cole Bolt, but another flag on a big long run. And this one will come back.
Yeah, there's been a lot of kickoff returns, interceptions that have been called back on Gunter tonight.
The flag is around the 34-yard line, so it appears Gunter will start somewhere about 10 yards behind that.
Block in the back indicated against the Tigers.
So if you can hear the PA, it's a block in the back against Gunter. And they're going to move it. Where are they spotting the ball?
Because he got it about the 42. So they're going
to spot it. Gunter will have the football on their own side of the field to start a drive.
So 10 yards from the, I guess, the spot of the foul. Because he caught it at the 42-yard line. Ball's going to be at the 32. Spot it at the 32.
Interesting spot.
It is.
Okay. No argument from up atop the visiting press box. Saying hello to Michelle Carney down there, taking pictures, as she always does. She's a sponsor, the Howe Bulldogs overview, Michelle Carney Photography. 2:37 on the clock as Gunter will take it from their own 32-yard line. Moving left to right from our vantage point. Barton will hand off to Campiti, trying to find the sidelines. Gets a great block over there. and is finally down just shy of midfield at the 49-yard line. Good gain of 17 yards on play number 1 of the drive.
Campini, not a big guy, but he's very quick and got a lot of power as well.
You know, these guys over in Gunter come out of the birth canal knowing whether they're a safety or a running back. 2:07 on the clock. Freshman Barton wants to air it out for the first time deep down the field, just overthrew his intended receiver.
Pass ball is incomplete.
And
just out of the reach of number 5, Cole Bolt.
I think that was Bolt who was the intended receiver. And I apologize. Neither one of us, none of us can read these blue numbers on the black jerseys. It's just impossible.
It really is. And we're not that far away from the field, but it's still hard to see.
Man goes in motion. Here's Barton going to toss it on the pitch on the far side. Breaks one tackle, breaks another down to the 30-yard line in Howe territory.
Number 4, Braden McDaniel carries the ball
on the
down
carry
to the 30-yard line. Gets enough for Gunter Tigers.
Gunter's going to be Braden McDaniel.
And on the tackle for the
Bulldogs. Have a read speed option. Make the handoff and then option out to Campisi.
19 yards on the carry, and Jameer Brown will check out. Aiden Thomas checks in. Wanting to throw it again as Barton lofts it deep left corner of the end zone, but nobody is there. Somebody busted the route, and it falls incomplete. It'll be 2nd down and 10 from Howe's 30-yard line.
Well, they're lucky because number 4, McDaniel, was going right down the seam, wide open. The ball was thrown over there to the sidelines. Somebody busted a coverage too on Howe.
Campini stands right side of Barton, who wants it, and there's a fumble on the exchange. Barton's going to now try to throw it downfield. It's got a man. It's going to be caught. Brought down quickly, and the ball comes out. They're going to say he was down. On the reception was Wagner, and I think Fernando Sanchez was right there to make the stop.
That's just impressive by Gunter. They fumbled, they kind of mishandled the snap, and he's just able to somehow make a play.
How is there not a man downfield? Because you know that was an intended run. Here's Barton going to run it himself. Lowers his shoulder. He's off to the races. That's a touchdown for Gunter. 24 yards for the freshman quarterback, Tristan Barton. And that makes it 20-0, awaiting a PAT with 50 seconds left to go in the first.
Man, you're a freshman quarterback on a team like Gunter. You must be really good, and he's got some speed on him.
So is he a true freshman?
As opposed to a red shirt?
I mean, where did he come from?
No,
who knows?
No, junior high, Gunter Junior High.
Swinging gate, snap back to Bolt, I believe. He's going to be hit at the goal line, but he gets in for the 2-point conversion. 22-0. Gunter in the lead with 48 seconds left to go in the first quarter. We'll be right back right after this timeout.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Gunter, 5 plays, 68 yards. Ended with a 24-yard touchdown by the freshman quarterback, Tristan Barton. And it's now 22-0 after a Cole Bolt 2-point conversion. 48 seconds remaining in quarter number 1. And Pacina on for the Tech Wave kickoff. It's going to go to Ryland Strong again, this time at the 13-yard line. Trying to find a seam, now bounces out, it's in trouble, turns around, comes the near side, all the way back to the 10-yard line. Trying to turn the corner, does for a moment, 30, and steps out of bounds at about the 37-yard line. A nice return, and that one looked like it was going to be disastrous.
For a second, I thought, what are you doing, Ryland? And then he reversed it back the other way. And only he could get away with that with the speed he's got.
Well, that's one of those where the coaches are just like, stop, stop, stop. Yes, yes, yes.
Really?
It's like Tom Landry every time Tony Dorsett got the football. No, Tony, no, no, Tony, no. Okay, Tony, there you go. So Howe will start from their own 38-yard line. Moving right to left still. Only 35 seconds remaining in quarter number 1. Man goes in motion is Caden Thomas. And a flag is down and a false start against Howe. They'll start behind the sticks.
False start indicated against the Bulldogs.
Now, Will Ingram
Be a 5-yard penalty.
is laying on his back on a table, and he has a huge bag of ice strapped to his left ankle. As Malin mentioned earlier, he is not coming back tonight. Rogers in the backfield, he'll get the carry. No, Bender pulls it out of his gut, throws it on the run, throws it out of bounds, incomplete. He was trying to hit Riken Cross on the far side, but that now will bring up second down and 15.
He held on that as long as he could.
Which wasn't long.
Yeah, it wasn't long because he had Jacob Wagner just bearing down on him. Wagner didn't even wait to see who was gonna be Rogers or Bender to keep it. He just went right after Bender and lowered him hit him into the turf.
3 receivers to the right. Buttery split out wide to the left. Bender looks that way to Buttery, goes up, makes the catch, and is hammered at the 36-yard line, 37-yard line. Boy, Buttery has just paid the price. Last week got a helmet-to-helmet.
Brings up 3rd and 11.
And gets up a little woozy here.
He took a helmet kind of to stomach shot right there, and that's got to hurt.
Yeah,
he's having a seat on the bench, and Mark Stein's now taking a look at him. That's the end of the first quarter. Not a good one for Howe. 22-0, Gunter in the lead. We'll be right back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Malin, they just put a walking boot on Will Ingram. Have you had a chance to visit with him or see, do you know any word? And we don't want to speculate, but we know it's the left leg.
Well, the word is that it's going to be maybe a broken ankle is what we're looking at.
Yikes.
I don't know for sure.
We're entering the second quarter, 22-0, Gunter in the lead. Hand off to Garrett Rogers right over center. And for the first time tonight, other than the Knox Bound run early, this is a nice gainer, but it's going to be 4th down. 4th and 5 coming up for Howe. Shy of midfield at the 43-yard line.
Nice run right up the gut by Rogers. Has had some good runs this season when he comes in relief for Bounds.
If that is, in fact, the situation, and we don't want to speculate too much because we don't have the facts, but if that is the situation, then Looks like Bryce Baker is your right guard for the remainder of the season. Whistles before the punt, and a timeout's been called. We'll take 1-2, 11-19 left to go in the second, 22-0 Gunter in the lead.
This is Bulldogs head coach Jake Smith, and it didn't take me long to get to know where Sonic of Howe is. After practice or games, I like to head down to 105 North Collins Freeway, grab a burger, tots, and a shake. As a matter of fact, I like to say, it's Sonic time in Texas.
Yeah, Coach, that's kind of my thing.
Oh, okay. How about Sonic really brings the hammer down?
Coach, that's kind of my thing.
With Sonic, I'm highly motivated, truly dedicated.
Yeah, Coach, that's another one of my lines.
How about this? It's not just good, it's Sonic good.
Yeah, I like that.
So with the timeout, I'm making the call.
Put it in, huh?
It's the fake punt. It's 4th and 5. You're at the 43. It's already 22-0. Who cares? It's early stages of the second quarter.
And let's note,
give Callisburg something to think about.
Your own 43. Note that.
Rogers will stand at his own 33-yard line. About 10 yards off the ball. A little bit closer than normal. Just trying to get it off quicker. Snap is a low one, and he does boot it away. What do I know? It's going to bounce at the 31-yard line. Coming near side, Campiti. He's going to return this one, crosses midfield. He's in an open lane. He gone. To the 20, to the 15, Campiti was about 15 yards ahead of everybody, and now a late flag comes in.
There's a flag on the play.
And it came in at just about the same time Campiti was crossing the goal line. So we'll have to check and see if this was after. Malin, were you able to see anything? Because
that's likely going to be unsportsmanlike. We saw number 56 on Gunter wave the Howe sidelines goodbye as the touchdown went on.
And that would be Braden Hilton, who generally is an offensive and defensive lineman, a junior. So I assuming this will be after the touchdown.
Which then would they force that, I wonder, on the kickoff or on the extra point?
We about to find out. That was Campiti, right?
Yes.
And he was basically untouched with that return.
And he's got some wheels too.
He does.
All of these lunch pail guys have wheels, and they're all lunch pail guys. Not an athlete one. I joke.
Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Unsportsmanlike conduct, as we mentioned. Malin was right on top of that one.
Waving at the Howe sideline, huh? Interesting.
Yeah, a little uncalled for there. So preparing for a normal PAT, I guess it'll be assessed on the kickoff. Piscina on to try to make this a 29-0 game. It's on the tee. The kick is up. Kick is true. 29-0. 11:01 on the clock here in quarter number 2. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go
Dogs!
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Welcome back. Your scoring drive recap. was not a drive at all. It was a punt return by Campiti, which makes it 29-0. Gunter in the lead.
You know, I was thinking about it too during the break with that penalty. Yeah, you'd want that enforced on the kickoff because that's going to give you a real good field position. You're going to be kicking off from their own 30. I'm sorry, 25.
Yeah, kicking off from their own 25-yard line. 11:01 on the clock here in the early part of the second quarter. 29-0, Gunter in the lead. Piscina will boot this one away. Gives Strong and Cross a little bit more room to work with. The kick is going to go to Ryland Strong again, towards Ryland Strong, but goes out of bounds. Or does it? It just stick? Okay. That would be Howe's luck, as it just stuck right there at the 19-yard line. But it did apparently go out of bounds, and the flag comes in, and Howe will have pretty good field position. That's a smart thing to do by Gunter. Actually just kick it out of bounds, and it limits the return.
Yeah.
And Howe will have it at the 35.
You're right. That just, I think, planted right into the turf and maybe went like
indicated on the Tigers
6 inches out of bounds.
Yeah, that really is an impressive kick. If you think about it.
You know, that had to be what they were trying to do, is kick it out of bounds. And Howe will have it actually at the 45. But still, it's not a Ryland Strong return. Interesting.
And that's going to be their best field position tonight. Starting field position.
Well, they started from their own 33, their own 26, their own 25, and now their own 45.
Yeah.
Moving on up like George and Wheezy. Left to right now in the second quarter with the wind behind them. Strong, that's actually Cross going to get the carry, and he is buried. A loss of, well, maybe not a loss. Yeah, a loss.
Tackle for a loss.
Back to the 41-yard line.
Got that head off, trying to go around the corner, and then he stopped. Almost like a squirrel, you know, that goes out in front of you. He stops, goes one way, stops again, goes the other, reverses the field. That's what he did until he finally just bottled up.
But he, you know, the squirrel wasn't facing the vehicle who was trying to dodge him. The squirrel was facing about 7 black jerseys trying to murder him. And it's a 4-yard loss. Hand off to Knox Bounds. He's met at the line of scrimmage. Lowers his shoulder a little bit. Gets up to the 42-yard line. They'll give him forward progress. Maybe the 43-yard line. So a 2-yard gain by Knox Bounds. And Bounds doesn't seem to be just snapping to the football like he normally does. He's running a little bit more ginger there than what we've seen in games such as Leonard and even Bells a week ago late in the game.
I wonder if the holes in the offensive line are just not there.
9:45 on the clock. 3rd down and 12. Bender rolls out right, man in his face. He just airs it out. Going up and playing defense is Ryland Strong, and there's a penalty. If this is interference, I don't know how it could be on anybody, because everyone was going for the ball. It was basically just a toss-up in the air to get rid of it to avoid a sack. Ryland Strong went up and batted it down.
He had to play defense.
The only thing I could think of is that I guess they
pass interference indicated on the defense, penalty is declined. Roughing the passer indicated on the defense.
It's a roughing the passer.
Accepted.
Well, there were 2 different sets of penalties there.
Yeah, they called pass interference, which I saw what happened. The Gunter defender pushed Ryland Strong. That's why he had to bat the ball down, because the Gunter defender kind of pushed him, and then they didn't accept that. They ended up accepting the roughing the passer.
And Bender got hammered pretty good when he got rid of that ball. He's got hammered a lot tonight, and it's only second quarter.
On this series, in at right guard is going to be Sean Stanley here, taking the place of Will Ingram. 1st and 10, handoff to Knox Bounds. Left tackle can't escape. Actually darted backwards for a moment. They'll give him forward progress, which may be a foot. To the 41-yard line. Howe's in Gunter territory, however. First time tonight.
The flag looked like it was after the play.
certainly Gunter's been more undisciplined than I feel like we're used to.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against Gunter.
So that'll move it up to the 25-yard line.
Gunter's moving the ball up for him.
And they'll spot it down at the 26 is where they'll spot it.
Coach Gill is getting an explanation from the official far sideline.
Gunter Tiger, 26-yard line.
And he just kind of walked away. I don't think he liked what he heard.
Ryland Strong split out wide to the right. That's Eli Stoner now split out wide to the left. As Buttery took a pop earlier, and he's still on the bench.
Throw it up to Strong.
Rogers next to Bender, who wants to throw, all kinds of pressure, throws it up. Strong makes the catch at the 21 as like a center fielder, and then moved up around the 15-yard line. They'll say he got out of bounds at the 14-yard line. That's a 12-yard gain, but Strong was wide open and had to wait on that ball to come down like a punt.
He did. And I said I want to get to Strong, but I wanted to be downfield. Like he had one-on-one coverage. But that time he had to get rid of it quickly.
1st and 10, ball at the 14, handoff Rogers. Right over left guard, fighting and pushed down after a yard or two. They'll spot him, looks like, at about the 12-yard line. So Howe has entered the red zone.
Usually this is good territory, but not for the Bulldogs this season.
8:49 on the clock here in quarter number 2. Jacob Griffo gets up a little gingerly. Cross will be in the slot to the left. Strong by himself at the bottom. Eli Stoner up top. Moving left to right from our vantage point, Rogers will stand to the left of Bender, who gets it, drops back, throws a fade route to Ryland Strong in the end zone, and he just overshoots the end zone. Strong had to put on the jets. And you think maybe if the back of the end zone weren't there, Strong might have stretched out and got that ball, but not with the barrier in front of him.
And that's what I've been wanting, because they had one-on-one coverage. Parker Alleman is the cornerback over there. The safety was not cheating over. He was very late, but it had been mostly just one-on-one coverage. I thought, man, get it over to Ryland. Just let him out-athlete somebody.
And I think he definitely could have if the ball had been a little shorter. He kind of had a step on him, and now they're
bringing somebody else over.
3rd down and 9. Man goes in motion is Cross. Bender wants to throw, looks at Cross, rolls out, has to throw it away. And it'll be 4th down and 9. Bender did the smart thing there. He threw it. There's a row of about 75 dads along the fence, and he just fired it right at him. And all the way across the track up against the fence.
And I'm telling you, he doesn't, to our listeners out there, he does not have time to throw at all. I mean, he drops back and he is on the run, and the pass rusher who pushed him out of the pocket is on him quick.
So he's
got to make a quick decision.
I think Grandpa Jimmy might have been able to catch that with his cowboy hat over there. Fernando Sanchez looked to be attempting a field goal, but a timeout's been called. Let's keep it here, guys. We're looking at a 30-yard field goal with the wind at his back from the right hash. Doable?
Yeah,
I think it's doable.
Yeah, I think the second baseman, Fernando Sanchez, could boot that one through. Malin, we're getting a lot of feedback saying more Malin, so just punch in whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Just any time. All right. So
well, I'll say a 30-yarder is very, very attainable for the second baseman. I mean, second baseman, they usually don't have the arm, but this one, yeah, he has the legs.
He's got the leg.
Yeah.
He don't need no arm. He don't need no stinking arm.
Especially from the second base spot.
So Fernando Sanchez will attempt a 30-yard field goal from the right hash. Reich and Cross in his green gloves to hold. Is that Gavin snap to snap? Surely not. That can't be right. Snap to snap. Cross to hold. It's on the tee. Sanchez kicks a low line drive kick that hits the front of the crossbar and rolls rolls over. And now there's some extracurricular going on between Jacob Griffo and one of the defenders.
With a successful field.
And it was one of the most incredible field goals I've seen as it just rolls over the crossbar. We'll have to check and see what's going on with Griffo and the young man from Gunter, as there's a penalty flag. We'll just keep it here, guys.
That's Hayden Newborn, number 13, who was tangled up with Griffo after the play. Yeah, that was almost like it was kind of a line drive going at the crossbar. It hit it twice. It just barely just rolled over.
Yeah, it just barely touched the crossbar, went up for about a foot, maybe, and then came back down on the crossbar and rolled over. That's unbelievable.
And the whole crowd's like, But you're on the board now.
30-yard field goal. Let me write this down. 30-yard field goal by the second baseman, Fernando Sanchez.
Is that what you're going to write down? You're going to add the second baseman?
I should.
And
I don't have enough space. Go ahead, Malin.
What's funny is, I don't know if y'all watch basketball, but that kind of looked exactly like the Kawhi Leonard shot in the 2019 finals game. It was just that last shot where it kind of time froze around it as the shot dinked in. It was something incredible to see.
I didn't think about that. That's super accurate.
I remember that shot.
Boom, 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 boom. That's what it. That was something else. So Howe's on the board, 29-3. Against the number one team in the state. The band making their way on the track. They're getting ready for their halftime performance.
Hey, Monty and guys. One thing that need to give Cross a big thumbs up, because that was not the best snap in the world, and he handled it perfectly.
Absolutely.
If your name is Snap, you better have a perfect snap every time. I'm just saying.
Looks like we got unsportsmanlike conduct on both players, but if I read that correctly, I think the Gunter player has been ejected.
Where did you read that?
I saw the disqualification like this.
Okay.
And that was number 13 who was tangled with Griffo. I don't think Griffo's
any sign of there's Griffo.
He's on the sidelines. I don't think he was one of the ones who was.
He's having a conversation with Coach Cromwell right now.
I didn't get much of a look at it, but when I looked down, I did see Griffo kind of flail his hands up, almost as like, I don't know what's going on here.
I'm just going to tell you, if who'd you say it was? Did you say it was Hayden Nelson?
Nelson. Is that Nelson?
I think Griffo's probably the wrong guy to mess with.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the guy you want to trigger.
Griffo's a thick dude. That's a big boy.
So Caden, no, that's let's see here. That is going to be Keelan Davis to kick off for Howe on the Tech Wave kickoff from the 40-yard line.
You think an onside kick here for the Bulldogs?
Oh, heavens. I don't think so, but we'll find out. Davis runs to the ball. It's going to be a low kick, going to be taken and tripped at the 42-yard line. And that is Gage Prescott on the return. As soon as he caught it at about the 40, he just tripped and fell down over the turf. Malin, let's talk about that turf.
Kick is fielded by number 18.
You had a chance to.
Marked down to the 42-yard line.
You've been walking all over it. This is the turf you played on, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. It's certainly interesting. It's definitely doesn't feel new. It's kind of a mix between that old Astros turf where it's basically just concrete and the new stuff. It'll take some casualties, as we saw with Will Ingram. I mean, that the turf might have had something to do with that. I mean, with these cleats, you will get stuck on this turf.
Maybe the investment should have went to the turf instead of the lights. Here's a handoff straight up the middle. Howe does a good job of snuffing that out, but still a gain up to the 48-yard line of about 6 yards.
And Griffo is in the
number 6, Ashton Pinkerton with the carry.
Griffo's on the sidelines here. I think Griffo's still in the game, though, as far as I don't think he was ejected. I think it was the other guy.
Gain of 6 yards.
Pinkernell on the carry of 6 yards for Gunter. 7:45 on the clock. wanting to throw it. Barton deep right side. Has his man. It's going to be caught. Escapes somehow from sliding down, and now 5 white jerseys tackle him at the 6-yard line. That's going to be Cole Bolt again.
Takes it down to around the
Have yourself a game, Mr. Bolt.
We're going to Tiger first down.
Eli Stoner playing safety back there, just couldn't get there in time. I thought he may have had just, if he could make one more step to knock that ball away. Not able to get there in time for Bolt to make the catch.
42-yard gain. And this will be a reverse coming from near to far, and that's a touchdown.
Number 2, Whitten Overman runs it in for a Gunter Tiger touchdown.
Overman with the touchdown on the reverse from left to right on the 6-yard variety. And that'll make our new score 35-3 with 7:03 left to go in the second.
Man, they just got some fast guys. That was just a handoff around the right side. He's so quick.
So fast.
Or if that was Rodriguez, maybe. I'm not sure.
Well, that was Overman on the carry.
It was Overman, okay.
So right now it's 35-3 awaiting this PAT. Their snapper is not named Snap. Piscina kicks it up high, and it is true. 36-3, our new score.
Good by number 82, Lathan Piscina.
7:03 on the clock. We'll be right back.
36.
From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Your scoring drive recap for Gunter goes 3 plays and 58 yards, capped off by a 6-yard touchdown by Overman. And our new score is 36-3 after the PAT. And the Tech Wave kickoff by Piscina is going to happen any moment now. Ryland Strong, they've been kicking at him all night long. Have yet to kick it to Mr. Green Glove, strike and cross. It's all been at Strong. And they've held him in check so far. And this one is going to go to about 3 rows deep, maybe in lane 1 of the track. And Howe again will start at the 40.
So I guess Gunner's just settled for, we're not going to let Ryland Strong return a kickoff, so we'll just kick it out of bounds.
Is that, yeah, that appears to be the game plan.
They're not going to get beat by Strong. They wouldn't be able to set their defense.
It would be, Howe's last possession ended on points, and it was a 7-play drive. And your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Howe a moment ago.
Real quick, Money, at halftime, Blue Ridge and Bells are knotted up at 22-22. Blue Ridge and Bells. SNS trails Leonard 28-6. That's in the second quarter.
Bells playing with their back against the wall, are they?
Mm-hmm.
22-22.
Yes.
Ball is spotted at the Howe Bulldog.
Callisburg got the bye week.
First and 10 for the Bulldogs.
Howe will have it at their own 32-yard line, where the ball went out. Is that Bender?
It's Bounds.
Bounds will get the direct snap and run it over left guard, but goes nowhere. He stood up in a hurry. Might have got a yard to the 33, but I think that's it.
And Griffo is back in the game now.
Bender will go back into the game now, too.
So interesting little wrinkle.
In on the stop for the Tigers.
You know, I said that was Eli Stoner split out wide earlier, but it was not. It was Nathan Garibay. And Garibay goes out wide again on the left side. So really the first time we've seen an influx of Garibay at the wide receiver position. There's a handoff coming near side. Rogers usually is able to have at least 7, 8, 9 yards on that play, but there's too many black jerseys right there in his face, and he
3rd and 7.
gets to the 35, which is 2 yards. Just the lanes are just not there against a defense like this.
They don't not only get off the block so quickly, but they're able to just shed their blocks so quickly. I mean, that was a run to the outside, and they were just able to shed their block very quickly and bring him down.
The matchup of Griffo over here is one to watch. Here's Bender going deep for Ryland Strong, goes up, has both hands on the ball, but was pushed at the time he was making the catch, and it falls incomplete. He went up to try to make the catch at about the 33-yard line on the Gunter side.
Number 7, Alex Finner.
But now it'll bring up 4th down.
I like the play, just again, one-on-one coverage. Alex Finner in coverage there on Strong. And Strong, I thought, had a step, but Finner able to come and knock it away at the last minute.
Well, good credit to Bender. That was a great throw.
It really was.
Put it
nice
right
touch.
in the breadbasket.
Nice touch on it.
Howe's 4th punt so far this first half is an end-over-end kick. It'll bounce at the 34, be taken by Campiti. Going the other way, trying to outrun everybody. He's got a big wall in front of him, and he can walk all the way down. Actually, he's being chased down by Charles Furr, but Furr is going to end up about 10 yards behind him. Campiti runs it back right about 28. That would be 72 yards.
And I tell you, I was watching the middle of the field. Jacob Griffo, I thought he got maybe pushed in the back. I thought he was going to pull a Larry Allen and just hawk down the kick returner on that one. But he got pushed in the back instead. No call.
Well, that makes it 42-3 with 5:17 left to go in the second. And Pacina on for the PAT. As we await the snap, it's back. Oh, a dart, a laser beam of a snap.
Jeez.
And that
Point
is
after attempt is good.
Good. So our new score,
Preacher score,
43
Gunter Tigers,
to
43.
3
Howe Bulldogs,
with 5:17 left to go in the second quarter. We're going to be right back.
Hey, Steve here, the Crazy AC Guy. We raise top-notch AC units and train the finest service techs west of the Mississippi. And we got a truly crazy deal for you. Get 0% financing for 60 months for any qualified air conditioning and heating system. You'd have to be crazy like me to miss this deal. So for all your AC and electrical needs, call us at 903-465-2665 or visit us at crazyacguy.com.
The Crazy AC Guy, where crazy meets quality.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
Griffo getting coached up by Coach Glock over on the sidelines. You know, it's good to see that coaching staff really cares about these young men. And Coach Glock patting him on the shoulder and being very stern with him as well. Here's a Tech Wave kickoff by Pacina. It's going to go deep to Ryland Strong. He better pick it up. Does so at the 4, coming near side. He's got to go a long way to turn the corner. He is going to turn the corner. There may be a flag down. There is. Kalen Davis made a block in the back at the 10-yard line to try to get Strong to turn the corner.
Three flags came out.
There's another flag after that.
Oh, is it all the same one?
I think one of the flags is going to be on Gunter for
multiple flags.
The tackle of Strong, kind of grabbed him around the neck and
I stopped watching Strong after Keelan Davis blocked the young man in the back. And it was very evident. I saw it coming, he was chasing him down, and I saw Keelan Davis's eyes get big, and I knew what he was going to do. Sure enough, it happened, and he was just trying to free his teammate to turn the corner, and unfortunately, you just can't do that.
I think even the Bulldog fans, Howe fans, were like, kind of, oh, like they saw it too.
So that'll move the ball back to the 5-yard line for Howe's possession here with 4:12 on the clock. It's the furthest Howe's been.
Be careful here.
Oh, you have to be very careful. Beacon standing at the goal line. Hands off, knocks bounce, finds a little bit of a hole to the right side of the offensive line, and will move maybe out to near the 10. Was spotted, I think, at the right at the 10-yard line.
That's a good time.
That is a good, solid run.
Gain of 5 for Knox bounds.
If you can kind of keep this ball away from the Gunter offense and the Gunter special teams, then in the half, it'd be good.
Bender goes under center, and he's going to try to sneak it himself. And I think he got back to the line of scrimmage. That's an interesting call at that. At that point, it's 3rd and 5. It was 2nd and 5.
Yeah.
And now we've got another injured Howe Bulldog down, and this may be
injury timeout on
the center. Let's see who this is. Trying to get up off the turf. And that is
Torres.
That is Aiden Torres.
Starting center.
So your backup center is Gavin Snap. So who's your backup left guard? So that's Bryce Baker. So you're going to have Bryce Baker and both Stanley apparently into the game. So Stanley will check in at right guard. Baker's going to have to move to left guard. I'm assuming, and Malin, you may keep an eye on this, I'm assuming Gavin Snap will now snap.
Imagine that.
And now I think that's what's going to happen. Snap will snap.
That's right.
Bender on the gun, 3rd down and 5 from their own 10. He's going to keep it after a high snap, and he'll lose a yard back to the 9-yard line. Gunter says they took it away, and they have. And they have scored. They took it away from Bender at the 9.
Number 90, Chris Grimaldo, and he runs it in.
And rolling into the end zone was the defensive end for Gunter, which is Chris Grimaldo.
Well, it was a high snap, and I think it was supposed to be either a read option or a handoff to bounds. But once the high snap threw everything off, Bender just had to run with it. And I just saw him hit a pile of humanity, and then I guess at that point, Grimaldi took the ball away and went back 8 yards for the touchdown. When it rains, it pours, I guess.
Pacina's PAT is uncharacteristically a low line drive kick. But it is true.
Is good.
And now Gunter has half 100 with 3:08 left to go in the second. 50-3. We'll be right back.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
Malin, you might want to check and see what is on the front of Gavin Snap's helmet. He's got something up there that looks very abnormal. I'm just curious as to what that might be. Scoring drive recap was a fumble return of about 9 yards by Chris Grimaldo of the Gunter Tigers. And they now have a 50-3 lead. Here's your Tech Wave kickoff, going to go out of bounds again. And Howe will have decent field position. Well, not great field position down around the 22-yard line.
Well, this is going to be a rough second half, guys, as far as
it appears we are
broadcasting this
game.
Have
y'all got stories to tell? Malin, were you able to check the helmet?
I was. What it looks like is that the helmet is peeling off, and the remains is just like the black undercoat.
Oh, these helmets were painted.
So
they ship them off these days and have them painted.
So it's chip paint on the front.
Chip paint.
Yeah, and offensive lineman helmets are usually the first to go.
Well, let's just chip all that paint off.
First and 10 for Bulldogs.
I actually like the white helmets, but I love the black.
Yeah.
I do like the stickers.
3:08 on the clock. Here's Bender going to keep it. Runs it up, now cuts and have to lower his shoulder, and now is going to be thrown to the turf at the 27-yard line. Which
Tackle for a loss for number 1, Benji Rodriguez.
A loss of about 2.
And number 22.
Now here's the point of the game. You just don't want to get anybody else hurt. Remember, Bulldogs don't have another bye week. They still got another game to play before their bye week. You really need one right now, though.
You just need to get out of here without any more injuries. It'll be a loss of 2 back to the 28-yard line. 2nd down and 12 coming up.
Speaking of, Torres is checked in back into the game.
Very nice. Good to see. He's also got a partial black helmet. Snap back to Bender, going to keep it, running around the left edge, trying to turn that corner around there. May have the line of scrimmage and may get back to the original line of scrimmage. A lot of running for about 2 yards. If they're going to give him that. I don't think they're going to give him that.
Bad news is that stops the clock.
Ran out of bounds, but number 26, Gunter Prescott.
2:18 on the clock, and they will spot it. That's another. He lost yardage.
Brings
on
up
that.
3rd and 13 for the Bulldogs.
Lost a yard back to the 27-yard line. There'll be story time in Texas coming up in the second half. Now whistles before this gets underway.
False start.
You got a lot of new offensive linemen in there because of some injuries. Stanley at the right guard.
Indicated against the offense.
I guess everybody else is pretty much the same. Alex Mejia into the game at the tight end position, the Mad Honduran.
Hadn't seen him much at tight end this season.
He and Van Derrick split time at times. Old Green Gloves comes to the near side, right on the seam. That's Riker Cross. Handoff to Knox Bounds. Met hard at the line of scrimmage, but surges forward to right about the 27-yard line. They were backed up even further. It's going to be 4th down now.
4th down.
Punt time again. Fifth punt for Garrett Rogers in this first half.
2-minute warning.
We'll take a timeout.
2-minute warning.
And it's 53. We'll be back right after this.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Garrett Rogers on for his 5th punt of the first half.
Kick it out of bounds.
2-minute warning. Snap is back, and he is going to kick it Maybe it's going to roll. It's going to get a pretty good roll out of that. Still rolling to the 31-yard line, which is where Gunter will start from their own 31 with $1:49 left to go in the first half.
Ball will be spotted at the 31-yard line. First and 10 for the Tigers.
You know, even if Gunter wants to play nice here and run the football and run this clock out, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they can just do it without breaking a long run. They're gonna have to have some wide-eyed officials seeing blocking the backs and things like that. I mean, they're just so good. They're just really, really, really good.
Well, and I was saying earlier, you know, that Jordan Gill, the new head coach, they haven't lost a step since him coming up at the helm.
You know, playing a team like this is very similar to playing Mineola, Mount Vernon, and Winsboro. It's the same thing. It just happens to be in your district. Here is Barton wants to throw deep ball. Face guarding is Ryland Strong, but no flag called. Not happy about it is the intended receiver, Alex Spinner, because Strong was right in his face, never turned his head around or any, just face guarding.
And he made the wrong read as well, because there was a receiver coming across the seam for Gunter who was wide open.
Well, if we said they might play nice and run the football, that certainly wasn't the case. Here is another throw on the right side. It's going to be caught. Finally brought down by Eli Stoner at the 40-yard line.
Pass complete to number 21.
It's going to be close to a first down, about a 9-yard gain. And it'll be third down and one as the clock rolls at 1:24. They'll actually spot it at the 40. Need to get to the 41 for a first.
This is still Tristan Barton, the freshman in at quarterback.
Yeah, Barton drops back 3 steps, hammers it deep down the right side of the field, and he overshoots. Or does he make the catch? No, he's out of bounds. It's a great catch over the shoulder, Willie Mays style, but he couldn't bring it in while inbound.
And there's an assistant coach over there who was right there along with the official say, hey, he stepped it right here, inbounds, right here. He got 1 foot down. The official disagrees.
You know, I wish they would wear jerseys that, you know, the blue jerseys with the white numbers. That would be nice tonight. But I just can't see across the field in those crazy jerseys. Handoff up the middle on 4th and 1, and they'll pick up the first and move the sticks up to the 44-yard line.
Well, what a pretty throw by Barton on that last incompletion.
You know, let's hope that they have too many hit counts coming up next week.
Is that next week already?
I think so, and they move up to Division I. Here is a swing pass coming near side. That's going to be caught rolling down the sidelines, the big tight end. And there's a flag down in the area of Ryland Strong, and now another late flag comes in at the end of the run.
There are several penalty markers on the
That was the big tight end, Rise Danowski, who made the catch and rumbled down the sideline.
That's a big boy, too.
You know,
only a junior.
Ryland Strong getting some praise from his defensive coach, Winston Moss, but I'm not sure exactly what the penalty flag's about, but he did get a couple of claps there. Strong doesn't look real happy.
Well, Danowski I look like he kind of stiff-armed him at the end, pushed him out of bounds. He's the offensive player. Maybe he said something to Strong.
What happened was after the play, he kind of looked down at Strong and kind of stared at him, and then he probably said something, and then one of the refs threw a flag.
Kind of taunting, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. But I think there were 2 flags as well.
Well, there were 2 different flags. The officials are huddling near midcourt. Malin, did you get a look at any of that?
I can't say that I got a perfect look at it. It looks like the later is going to be maybe some words said.
Here comes the call.
But yeah, let's look at the call.
Personal foul against Gunter. And that's and then
holding against the offense.
Oh, holding against Gunter. And then unsportsmanlike conduct against Gunter.
Wow.
So for one of the first times tonight you get a rise out of the crowd, it's for a couple of penalties against Gunter.
And Gunter, like I said earlier, they've had a lot of penalties in this first
They
half.
have had a lot of penalties.
I'll be curious on Stats and Braz how many penalty yardage they've had.
Definitely not typical of a Gunter team to be this undisciplined.
First and 15.
Moves the ball all the way back to the 37-yard line at Gunter territory. Barton rolls out right. First down and 15. Wants to throw. Down the field does. Almost a great catch at midfield. In and out of the hands
Intended for number 18,
of
Gage Prescott.
Prescott again. And it'll be second down and
3, Riken across.
I think it's 15. It's 17. Second down and 17. There's 35 seconds left to go. There was a minute 20 left about 17 minutes ago. Incomplete pass stops the clock at 35 seconds. Barton wants to throw again. Deep down the right side of the field, overshoots everybody. Even the speedy Gunter Tigers can't catch up to that one. As the ball landed about the 20. And that's against the wind.
Yeah, it is.
You got 3 more years of this kid.
No kidding.
Man, and Gunter came out here up by 47 points and decided they were going to start throwing Hail Marys.
My goodness.
Still the 27's throwing me off. What is that? It's like Odessa Permian type.
Yeah.
Plano, did Plano do that back in the day
well,
too?
You'll face Callisburg next week with number 44 at quarterback.
Wow.
3 receivers to the right for Gunter. Looking that way, trying to set up the screen. Now throws it down the field. A great pass by Barton. All alone is his receiver. Racing down the field is Bolt. Have yourself a game. 63 yards on the touchdown as
Number 5, Cole Bolt for a Gunter
Barton
Tiger
was
touchdown.
rolling to his right and threw it like a shortstop across his body as he found Bolt across the middle. Flinged it over to him, and Bolt outran everybody. 17 seconds left.
It really was. It was like a sidearm throw, just thrown like a laser to Bolt.
So you think Gunter might be working on some things here by throwing the football with a minute 20 left to go, or minute 49 is when they started this drive. And I don't think they ran the ball, but I don't think they ran the ball at all.
They did on 4th and 1.
Yeah, they did. Pacina on for the kick. High. That's not going to be no good. Wide to the right. That was not Pacina.
Point after attempt.
That was Jackson
Free throw
Leonard
score, Gunter Tigers,
on the
56.
PAT.
Howe Bulldogs,
Our new
3.
score 56-3. 17 seconds left to go in the first half. We'll be right back.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs.
17 seconds left to go before the half. Gunter, for your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap, just went 7 plays, 69 yards. Aired it out on every play of the 7 plays. Scored on a 63-yard pass and catch. The Tech Wave kickoff goes out of bounds. It was a 63-yard touchdown from Barton to Bolt. So Howe's going to have, what are they take a knee here, Justin?
Yeah. Well, it looks like they're.
Or are they going to re-kick? Howe wants them to re-kick. Coach Smith is tired of this kicking out of the bounds. Give us a shot.
Tigers, they will re-kick.
They're going to switch. Ryland Strong is not in at kick return as Riken Cross now moves over to that position.
Get bounds.
They'll switch Garrett Rogers and Caden Davis on each side of the field as well. Knox Bounds in to kick to return.
I understand that. I mean, that's got to be frustrating. They just kick it out of bounds every time.
Anybody feel like jumping around?
Maybe.
I don't really feel like jumping around right now.
Maybe some
on top of the press box.
Hey, now you know why Roy Lehman and those guys over there don't do a traditional broadcast. They tell stories about their canoe trips and Coke bottles and strange things like that because all their games are 56-3. You got to come up with something. Here's Riken Cross going to field it on a hop, middle of the field. He's got a lane, spins out of a tackle. It's going to be brought down. Finally still going. They still haven't blown the whistle. They finally do at the 37-yard line.
Another flag.
Kickoff return by number 3, Riken
Imagine
Cross.
that. And Howe, for the moment, appears to be
On the stop for the Tigers, number 17.
going to have the
Joey
ball
Young.
at the 38-yard line. Cross gets up limping a little bit. That's never a good sign. Get these kids off the field and get ready for Callisburg.
The penalty looks like it was against Howe. I didn't see what it was. I think it was holding.
Yeah, they're going to back it up
But
around the 20-yard line.
But to answer your question earlier, yes, I think you take a knee here. And get, as you said, get in the locker room and take a breather.
You don't want to. I mean, you want to compete. You want to. I mean, your natural instinct is to compete. But at some point, you got to have enough kids to get to the next week as well. And hey, making a concession to run the clock in the second half is not a bad idea. I don't think it makes you the lesser person, but you got to think about protecting your team as well. Bender in the gun, wants to air it out, throws a screen pass to Strong, and he's hit, and that's going to be a loss. And now a late flag comes in again, and this was fired in from the line judge like a third baseman rifle across the diamond.
Tackle made by number 2.
He saw something he did not like.
Yeah, he threw it immediately.
And he's talking to Ryland Strong.
It's going to be, they're marking off against Gunter.
Another penalty against Gunter. And this one another, I guess this is a face mask.
And there's no time on the clock, and you can't end it on a penalty. So I guess there's going to be one untimed down.
Penalty was indicated against the Tigers. Ball moved up to the
One play
36-yard
with
line.
no time. You can't end on a defensive penalty.
Yes.
So maybe they'll hammer it out here. Who knows? Strong goes to the line of scrimmage. They hand off to Knox Bounds. He escapes one defender, escapes two defender, runs over another defender up to the 41-yard line. One of Bounds' best runs of the evening will be for about 7 yards, which ends the first half.
Howe Bulldogs 3.
56-3 our score at the half, with Gunter on top here on 289 on Preston Road. We've got a great halftime for you. Hannah Dwyer, boy, that's going back in the past. Hannah Ingram is our Lady Bulldogs spotlight, and Deacon Bender is the bandsman of the week. We had an interview with him. So we'll see you on the backside.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager-occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team, for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. Now let's join Monty Walker with this week's Bandsman of the Week.
This week's Bandsman of the Week is Deacon Bender. When did you start school in Howe?
I started school in Howe in first grade.
And where were you before?
In Anna, Texas.
Any thoughts on where you might be in Anna right now had you stayed?
I don't really know. I mean, they were growing really a lot, so I don't really know where I'd be.
So the starting quarterback is also in the band. That's pretty good advertisement for the band program. How do you manage your time between the two?
I mean, I just try to I don't really know. I mean, there's sometimes they intervene a lot, but I just try to make sure to level it out with both band and sports.
So like on Saturdays when you have competition and Coach Smith may be wanting you to watch film, is there any push to, be at both?
Well, I would usually go early. Like me and Coach Hamill would go and watch film together early in the morning, and then I would leave to go to band.
When did you start in the band program?
5th grade.
What instrument do you play, and how did you choose that?
I played snare, and I wasn't really good at anything else. I was going to play probably clarinet or something, but then I found snare, and I really like it.
Do you have a favorite teacher at Howe High School?
I have a lot. I have to probably think I like Coach Harwick. He's really cool. He really impacts me.
How many other football players are in the band?
There's one varsity, Charles, and there's a couple of JV. I don't really know who they are.
You're listening to the All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights Bandsman of the Week, which is Deacon Bender. We'll be right back.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the Pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
We're talking to the Bandsman of the Week, Deacon Bender. How similar or different are Coach Smith and Miss Liss?
They are actually really similar. I mean, Coach Smith has a big background of winning, and Miss Liss at Howe, we've had a really good band for a long time, and they both have morals of, hey, it's next rep, keep going in full effort at practice and in games. So I think they're pretty similar.
Tell us about this year's show.
Our show is called The Elements of Art. It's displaying about all the elements. There's lines, and then the lines turn into shape, and shape turns into form, and then you add color, and then you add texture, and it makes all the art. So yeah.
This band keeps advancing and keeps the legacy alive. Is there any pressure at all when it comes to that?
I mean, I think it's so normal now. I mean, I don't think it's really pressure. We just got to keep pushing. We can't get complacent, or we are.
Coach Smith always says the standard is the standard. Maybe that's similar?
Mm-hmm, very similar.
How do you adjust halftime performances with football?
I don't. I just stay in football. There's too much to adjust, and during halftime, and I can't play.
Yeah, I can understand that. So while we're talking about football, we've got 2 more years as a starting quarterback here. How good can this team be during that time?
We have a lot of potential. With Coach Smith coming here, we have, there's a lot of people that we're still changing, and I feel like during the years we're going to get used to the new standard, and we're going to grow off of that.
What kind of leader are you? Would you say you're a vocal leader or lead by example? What type of leader are you?
I try to be vocal. I'm still working on that as a sophomore, but I feel like I try my best to lead as an example, because as a starting quarterback, everybody else is looking up to me, and if I have bad body language, everybody else is thinking that's okay, and I just try to make sure I always do the right thing.
What about in band? Does it change? Does your leadership style change in band?
No, not really. I try to keep it the same.
Because people are looking at you in band too, and they're saying, hey, the starting quarterback, which is a very important position, is also in the band. So whether you're a sophomore or not, I would think people in band are looking up to you as well.
Yeah, I think so too.
So are you going to continue with the band as you continue on here at Howe High School?
I believe so. I really like doing band, and I like the culture, and I feel like it helps me a lot.
And you're talking about culture with the band, and you like that. What about the culture with the football team? You think that's something that's changed and getting better as Coach Smith has gotten here?
Most definitely. I feel like having him as someone that's won a lot, he knows the recipe for success. I feel like with him here, we want to follow him. We want to do what he wants us to do with our culture. I feel like that changed a lot.
That is your Bandsman of the Week and your quarterback for the next 3 years, Deacon Bender.
Today's Bandsman of the Week is brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, a firefighter family-owned business. Call them at 903-819-9183. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni-owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger! From tailgate to touchdown, South State is here to ensure your financial game plan leads you to victory. With cutting-edge digital tools like contactless payment, digital wallet, and more, your financial plays become seamless and convenient. As your trusted banking partner, South State is committed to supporting you every step of the way, providing expert guidance and dedicated assistance on your financial journey. This is Banking Forward, South State Bank, member FDIC.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Let's join Monty Walker with the Anchors Boat and RV Storage Lady Bulldog Spotlight.
This week's Lady Bulldog Spotlight is Hannah Ingram. When did you start school in Howe?
I started school in Howe about preschool.
And you went to kindergarten here, though, right?
Yes.
Do you remember who your teacher was in kindergarten?
Miss Onstadt.
What do you remember about her?
I remember that she was always so sweet and that she always understood what I was going through.
Now, about volleyball, when did you start playing volleyball?
I was one of the first rec leagues to start, so I'd probably say like 5 or 6.
And who was your coach?
My mom.
Of course she was. Speaking of mom, she played volleyball at McKinney North. Does she ever try to give you pointers?
All the time.
What does she tell you?
She tells me that I need to work on my footwork and that I need to time my blocks better, and it's always helpful having her.
So you have a new head coach in Coach Lambert. How has that change been?
I think the change has been amazing for all of us. He understands what volleyball is. He understands what to do with all of our talent, and he's just great overall.
You're a sophomore. How is classwork going?
I would say classwork is a lot easier than freshman year, just because teachers are always hammering you your freshman year, and sophomore year they're kind of laid back, and it's just a lot easier.
Do you have a favorite teacher?
I would say Coach Todd, just because he's always laid back. But my second would be Coach Jones, because he's one of my coaches. So.
All right, you're listening to the Anchors Boat and RV Storage Lady Bulldogs Spotlight with Hannah Ingram. We'll be right back.
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
We're visiting with Hannah Ingram, the Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight. This season seems to be much improved and the future looks bright. Talk about that.
I would say next year we have the chances to go places like playoffs and maybe even further. We definitely still have a young team, and I'm looking forward to the future.
So even as a sophomore, are you having to be a leader on this team since there's a couple of freshmen on the team and everything?
I would say yes, because we definitely still have a lot of maturing to do overall as a team, but I think that I'm a lead by example because I have the varsity experience.
Who's someone you look up to in your life?
Someone I look up to is definitely my parents because they're just my role models in life. I want to be like them when I'm older.
What other activities are you involved with at Howe High School?
Right now, I'm involved in volleyball, and I'm a student trainer, and then I'll be in powerlifting and basketball later on.
Now, Large Marge, your brother Will Ingram, is the senior spotlight this week also for the football team. What's that relationship like?
I would say me and him have definitely grown closer along the years just because we've matured a lot together, and it's awesome to have a person that I can look up to sports-wise.
You also have a little sister. Talk about her.
She's definitely a lot to handle, but I love having her around. She's pretty fun.
She likes to dance, right?
Yes, that's definitely one of the things she likes to do.
I know we're a couple of years away, but what does life after Howe High School look like for Hannah Ingram?
My main sport, I would love to go play basketball somewhere just because I have the talent and the size to do it, so.
All right, that's your Lady Bulldogs Volleyball Spotlight, Hannah Ingram.
Tonight's Lady Bulldogs Spotlight has been brought to you by Anchors Boat and RV Storage. You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show.
This is more than a bundle. This is way more than a combo deal. It's your sanctuary, your home field. It's where everything happens. This is your home, your car, your memories. And you want to be sure they're protected with home and auto insurance. As your State Farm agent, I get it. That's why I'm here to help life go right. My name is Ed Meacham, and I'm your Howe State Farm agent. Give me a call at 903-892-3923 or on the web at MrRedInsurance.com.
Buying and or selling your next home or property should be an enjoyable experience. At Texoma Land and Home Team, our commitment to the personal relationship of each transaction ensures communication you expect, while assuring that we'll be here the next time you need us. We're not a big box real estate company by design. This freedom allows us to be fully at your service. Texoma Land and Home Team, Renee Nichols Broker, 903-818-1645. Texoma Land and Home Team for all your real estate needs, 903-818-1645.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
This is Roger Tidwell, the PA dude here at Bulldog Stadium. The radio guys and I always fight over how hot and cold it is up here in the press box. But if the AC ever quit working, not only would Walker finally shut his trap, he would call Baker Air Conditioning and Heating. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been in Howe for over 50 years. They've been in business that long because they're just good people. Call 903-532-6255. That's 903-532-6255. Shut up, Monty.
You're listening to the Baker Air Conditioning and Heating Halftime Show. Now let's go back to the stadium with Justin White, Malin Walker, Jake Roberts, and Stephen Braswell.
Welcome back to Gunter, Texas. Gunter's on top of Howe, 56-3 at the half. Jake Roberts alongside Malin Walker as Monty makes his way back up for his halftime break. Still waiting on Stephen Braswell for stats.
Ladies and gentlemen, please
Sure, he'll have those ready momentarily. But Malin, I know it's kind of a tough half to kind of go through and commentate, but let's kind of look at silver linings. Is there anything positive you've seen from the Bulldogs? Maybe that's just attitude. Maybe that's the way they've kind of shown some fight. But is there anything positive you've seen?
Well, for the positives, really you want to look at what the response is after the half. You're down by over 50 and only halfway through. You really got to look at the response to see what the culture is going to be. It took the Greeks 4,000 years to build a culture, but you can't build it over the course of a summer. It takes time.
Well, half a summer at that.
Right, not even a full term, but just to see that there's just to see that there's a fight and a spark is just really huge for this Bulldogs.
Yeah, they need to dig deep and they got to show some heart, some fight, like you said. And
congratulations to our dancer of the week.
That's a tough half, and it's tough to play teams like this that kind of leave you in a way where you feel defeated after. And I know you should feel defeated after a loss, but against a team like Gunter, you feel a little more than defeated. And it's, number one, coaches' jobs, but it's also players' jobs to stay in it as a player, to commit and want to play the game. They probably got film tomorrow, and I know that's, as a former player, like, how would your mindset be going into like a film after a game like this one?
Right. I think what you want to focus on is the difference between losing and giving up. You don't want to give up to this team even though you're down. I mean, you're likely not going to win. It would be cool. Miracles happen, but
it might be the greatest comeback of all time if Howe were to somehow.
I know. Well, we saw the most dramatic field goal in human history. I tell you, that was a wonder to behold. But in a film room, you really just got to be smart. You got to be smart out there. There's too many penalties being had. Gunter is the Bulldogs, and you just got to stay disciplined.
Yeah. Well, Stephen Braswell is here with us now, and I think he's ready for some stats. You good?
We're good. We're ready to go. Okay, it's not very pretty.
Yeah.
But,
well, I figured that.
As far as team stats go, Howe Bender is actually 4 for 10 passing.
Okay.
26 yards. And also, as far as rushing goes, there's been 22 rushes for 13 yards.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. Total of 39 yards in the first half for Howe.
Well, not negatives.
There's no negative. As far as individual stats go, rushing-wise, Bounds has 10 for 18, so he's kind of struggling a little bit on that. Rogers, 3 rushes for 8 yards. Cross, 3 for -4, and Bender, 5 for -11, plus he had 1 fumble.
And I imagine sacks play into that for Bender as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen,
yeah.
Taking the field for your halftime entertainment is the
So
award-winning
as far as
Gunter Tiger
passing,
High School
like you
Band.
mentioned, Bender 4 for 10 for 26 yards, 1 interception. Receiving wise, you got Strong with 1 for 12, Cross 1 for 6, Buttery 1 for 4, and we haven't seen him back on the field since that.
Our drum major.
And Thomas actually 1 for 4 also. Let's go to Gunter.
Performer of the week is trombone player.
This is
Team-wise, they're 6 for 12 passing for 158 yards.
The band will perform their UIL marching show.
11 rushes for 115 yards. 9 penalties for 130 yards.
And you slid the penalties in there, right? Like it was a rush or some kind. But
exactly.
Yeah, that's bad for a Gunter team. I'm sure their coaches are not pleased with that.
They have 423 yards total, but that includes 150-yard punt return yards that went for touchdowns also.
Wow.
Individual-wise, for rushing, Campidi, 4 rushes, 41 yards, 1 touchdown. McDaniel, 1 for 25 yards. Barton, 1 for 24 yards and a touchdown. Pinkernell, 2 for 10. Bolt, 1 for 7. And Overman, 1 rush, 5 yards, 1 touchdown. Passing-wise, we got Barton, 5 for 9 for 137 and a touchdown. Gage Prescott, he had the 1 over here.
Yep.
That went for 21 yards and a touchdown. Receiving wise, Bolt has 2 for 110 yards and 1 touchdown.
Drum major.
Rise,
is your band ready?
Number 21, 2 for 30 and a touchdown. Prescott 1 for 12 and Wagner 1
You
for
may
6.
now take the field for your halftime performance.
And like I mentioned earlier, the punt returns, Campidi's got 2 for 150 yards, 2 touchdowns. So the I don't know what you can say.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, not a lot of positives for Howe and a whole lot of positives for Gunter.
Yeah, sure. it just seems like every time we punt, they're running it back for touchdowns.
Yeah, aside from, I think there was 1 punt they kind of snuck behind the Gunter player and then he just kind of let it go. But, I mean, if you're Howe, you've got to focus on limiting the mistakes. And if you're Gunter, you've got to focus on discipline and coming out here, leading like this, just not letting a team like Howe or anyone get in your head, and you've just got to come out there and execute.
Yep.
So I think that Howe is coming back onto the field now as well as Gunter is. So we'll take a quick timeout and we'll be right back right after this.
Here's some things to never mess with if you're not a trained professional. Caging a bulldog. Removing copperheads. And electricity. Don't get shocked. Call Rapid Electric. Rapid Electric is here for all your electrical needs. Just like you wouldn't try to become a pro boxer or president.
Give me a break.
You need a pro to keep your electricity humming. Don't get shocked. Rapid Electric serves the Grayson County area. Call them at 903-421-8100. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights is proud to sponsor the pride of Howe High School's Bandsman of the Week. Your hometown Bulldog alumni owned and operated business is here for all your seamless gutter and outdoor Christmas lights needs. Give them a call at 903-819-9183 and let them make your house shine really bright this Christmas. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights. Give them a call at 903-819-9183. All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce, and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
No one wants to talk about losing a loved one. The grief that is put on your family is troublesome. Scoggins Funeral Home strives to make that most difficult time the easiest. We want your loved one to be sent off in the best way possible, with your wishes at heart. Call us at 903-482-5225 or visit our website at scogginsfuneralhome.com. 903-482-5225. Our location on Van Alstyne Parkway makes everything close for your needs. 903-482-5225. Scoggins Funeral Home.
Welcome back. 56-3 our score as we're exiting the Baker Air Conditioning halftime show. We don't have to worry about air conditioning tonight. Don't have to yell at Roger Tidwell. It's 78 degrees. He would be in an Eskimo suit up here. But both teams are coming back on the field. Gunter's actually going to run through their tunnel. Howe has already done so, apparently. They're back out on the field ready for kickoff because Gunter won the toss and elected to defer to the second half as if they need another possession to start this second half. 56-3 our score.
A quick scoring update. Bells has pulled ahead even more on Blue Ridge, 38-22. That game is in the fourth quarter.
Boy, whoever counted Bells out. Man.
Update, pretty interesting college football score. Miami fell to Louisville tonight, 24-21. So number 2 Miami falls.
I still don't want to talk about college football.
Oh, we'll get to that later. There's plenty of time for that.
There'll be a lot of time.
Yeah.
Well, let's just run the clock. Maybe we'll run out of time.
We won't, don't worry. I'll make sure we don't.
So
I'm sure Steven feels the same way.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a sigh or the wind. I don't know.
Yes.
So the Gunter's still doing their halftime performance, so that's what we're waiting on here. They're running a little bit long in their band performance. Now I think our band rivals how many football players they have on the sidelines, and their band rivals how many football players we have on our sidelines.
I think their band is smaller than the football team, than Howe's football team.
Well, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, you've got an ensemble up there, so that's not fair. But on the field, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12-ish?
Yeah. I got 11.
Somewhere like that.
Yeah, for such a school that as big as you think they are.
Well,
as we think they are, you think they have more, more band members.
They are 3A Division II.
Yeah.
So it's just like, their entire high school is in athletics.
True.
There's no time for anything else.
No time for no band, huh?
Malin, any changes in weather since you were down there a moment ago or in the first half?
I wouldn't say any changes, but it has been a gradual decline in temperature along with a gradual increase in wind speed. It's more consistently gusting. It's probably more closer to 15 miles an hour than 12 like it was before. But other than that, it has been the same conditions.
So is it pretty similar to what it was like in Greece 4,000 years ago?
I mean, probably, actually. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, that comment at halftime kind of threw me. I didn't have Greek mythology or Greek history on my bingo card for tonight. But you never know with Malin. You get these Malinisms every now and again.
Yeah, I'll catch you sleeping. You can't sleep to this. I'll wake you up.
I think also another thing we need to look at is Malin's weather reports have gotten increasingly better. He might get poached away by KXII.
He's got a contract.
Yeah.
He's got a binding contract.
I got a contract of cornbread and rice and beans at home. I tell you what, that's for life.
Has he got a non-compete?
Non-compete. Non-severable contract.
I got a trade clause. If anyone could give me like some Olive Garden, I'm out.
The Bulldogs have taken the field on the kickoff team. And it appears Keelan Davis will be doing the kicking for your Tech Wave kickoff to start this 56-3 third quarter. Gunter, of course, in the lead, and they like to rock it out over here in Gunter, Texas. I guess because maybe the smaller band, I'm not sure, but they play a lot of PA music.
Yeah, and I was thinking that has to be maybe a little frustrating for the Howe band because during every timeout, they just play music the whole time.
Congratulations to the Pride of Howe, by the way. Area advanced to the area round. All threes. You know, they're just a legacy program at this point. And yeah, I mean, you could have said that 10 years ago. And they did say that 10 years ago.
Yeah.
But they continue and continue and continue to be that type of legacy program. Keelan Davis, now we're ready. The Tech Wave kickoff. He's going to go over the line of scrimmage and to the 40-yard line, be taken there, and hit hard and brought down almost immediately is Gage Prescott. And Gunter will take over on their first possession of the third quarter from their own 45-yard line.
Be first and 10 for the Tigers.
And we'll be interested to see if the clock will be running here in the second half.
Get it going. 11:56 on the clock right now.
Reminder that the Gunter Library is raffling tickets for 2 $100 Camilo gift cards that will be dropped.
Howe out there on defense waiting for Gunter to come out in their black jerseys and undiscoverable blue numbers.
Tickets $5. Drawing will be in the fourth quarter.
A lot of new faces in for Gunter. Ashton Pinkernell split out wide to the near side. Here's a handoff up the middle. Not much doing there. Back to the line of scrimmage. Clock rolls at 11:34 as it will continue to run on the run play.
Gunter Prescott, gain of a yard, makes it second and 9.
You gotta wonder if Gunter will finally take their foot off the gas in the second half. They were throwing the ball over the yard at the end of the first half.
Barton will hand off here. Hit hard in the backfield.
Number 26, Gunter
And
Prescott.
that's going to be Van Derek on the tackle. Getting a lot of defensive snaps tonight.
Well, and that's one thing that Malin said at halftime is just to come out here and see what Howe's response is going to be. Are they going to kind of hang their heads in a game like this, or are they going to keep fighting?
Coach Smith's going to have them fighting, keep fighting.
Oh, no question about it. 3rd down and 9, and here's Barton wants to roll out and run, and he does. The catch was made with the knee on the
Barton's
ground.
pass is complete to number 7, Alex.
And that is going to be caught on the far side by Alex Finner. It'll be enough for a first down to the 43-yard line on the Howe side. A lot of players checking in and out for Gunter. And Malin was right in the first half. You know, this stadium is very, very quiet. Barton wants it, gets it, turns around and hands off, and a flag is down on the sideline right in front of Howe. False start against Gunter. So back that one up to the 48. And we'll replay the down.
I don't know if they have a bunch of, second stringers, third stringers in there, but the penalties continue. Brad said during halftime that it was about, 130 yards?
Yeah, 9 penalties for 135 yards, I believe.
For Gunter.
Gunter has gotten so good as a program over the past 15 years. In the early days, they were drawing fans all over the place, and you're packing this thing in, and they still do. Don't get me wrong. Here's a handoff. Again, right side, no, he kept it, pitched it out to the near side, to the 40, down the sideline 30, runs over a Howe defender which is Eli Stoner, but Stoner also laid some wood on him. Going out of bounds at the 22-yard line. Clock is still running as they move the stick, so that answers your question, I think, Justin. So they'll spot it somewhere around the 28-yard line. Gain of 22. Another carry and another missed tackle around the right edge. Finally bringing him down is Jameer Brown. But a chance to have him in the backfield. And the new running back for Gunter is Braden Walden. 8:55 and rolling.
You know, you haven't seen as much tonight. Watch, they'll probably do it when I say it. You haven't seen as much pistol formation. A lot of it's just been regular shotgun.
They've gotten away from the pistol a lot this year. Coach Smith said they've got some bigger bodies on the O-line and running more zone action. Here's a handoff up the middle, escaping, and that's going to be a touchdown. 28 yards, and that is Braden Walden. But there is a flag on the play. Hold up. 62-3 is what it would be, but I think they're going to have to wipe that one off. The flag is thrown about the 18-yard line. We've got a gusting wind coming in now, as you can probably hear. And apparently it was against Howe?
I think it was against Howe, and it was
declined.
Yeah.
Touchdown is good.
So 28-yard touchdown goes in the books. And again, that was Walden. On for the PAT. This is Piscina, as they've been alternating. Braswell told me during the break.
It's so hard to see their numbers, though.
You can't see their numbers. You just very difficult to see. Here's the kick. It's up, and it is true. 63-3, our new score on Preston Road. 8:33 on the clock here in the third. We'll be right back.
Who's your local plumber? Brother Plumber. It's good to know someone local and someone you can trust when your home or office drops the ball.
Main line break, 15 yards.
Brother Plumber is plumb professional and serves not only Howe, but also all of Grayson County. And you can save yourself 10% if you mention Go Bulldogs. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. We'd love to help. Brother Plumber is one call away at 469-968-4487. Visit us online at brotherplumber.com. Remember, Go Bulldogs. At Grayson Cullen Electric Cooperative, GCEC, we have been around for over 80 years and are governed by 7 principles: open and voluntary membership, democratic member control, members' economic participation, autonomy and independence, education, training, and information, cooperation among cooperatives, and concern for community. One of our communities is Howe, Texas, and GCEC is proud to support the Howe Bulldogs.
Your Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap for Gunter. 5 plays, 55 yards. It took about 3 minutes and 20 seconds off the clock. And it was ended by a 28-yard touchdown scamper by Braden Walden. And after the penalty against Howe, which apparently was an unsportsmanlike, the Gunter Tigers will kick off from the Howe 45-yard line. Back deep to return is Old Green Gloves. Ryken cross. And Ryland Strong. Is that Ryland Strong or is... I think that is.
I believe that is.
It is Ryland Strong. They've just alternated sides, and this one's going to go to cross at the 1-yard line. Coming to the middle of the field, trying to find a seam, does for a moment. Bounces it out near side, 20, trying to turn the corner, goes out of bounds at the 24-yard line. And that's where Howe will start their first possession of the second half. And let's hope they have more than 2 possessions in this half, as the Bulldogs had a week ago against Bells. That was unbelievable.
I would say that was frustrating, unbelievable.
We need all the adjectives in Malin's back pocket there for that.
Malin, go. Adjectives.
Frustrating.
You can't put me on the spot like that.
I thought you were a thesaurus.
No.
just Greek mythology.
Yeah. Bender's going to keep it after he fakes the hand to Knox bounds, and he's going to be slung down after he got maybe 2 yards up to the 27-yard line. That's an individual right there that you'd want to keep healthy, I would think. He's got 2 more years left after this one as your starting quarterback. He was also the bandsman of the week. He plans on going nowhere, staying in the band through his senior year, which I'm sure Angie Liss is very proud to have, because that's a good advertisement for the Pride of Howe.
Yeah, do you see a lot of football players? Have you seen with Howe? Have you seen a lot of football players doing band duty as well?
Over the years, a handful or maybe a couple each year, but never the starting quarterback.
Right.
Handoff to Cross on the reverse, and he's going to be slung down way behind the line of scrimmage. Big loss there is they cannot get anything past the Gunter Tigers. It's like trying to stay out late and trick your mom by sneaking in the back door.
Makes it 3rd and 15.
And every time you're going to get caught. That's what the Gunter Tiger defense is like.
Well, it feels like there's 12 or 13 guys out there. The way they swarm to the ball and they get off the blocks. And again, this is a team that has won 3 state titles in a row.
Ball at the 20 after the 7-yard loss. Bender with the wind behind him has a 3rd and 15 and will hand off to Knox Bounds, who had a pretty big lane on the right side, but he just kind of tippy-toed through it. Normally we see Bounds just explode through that hole, and the opportunity was there, but
yeah, I don't know if he didn't expect it or what. Or it's like the defense was expecting a pass play on 3rd and long, but surprised him with the draw, and Bounds had a lane, but just
that was a 5-yard gain that typically for Bounds goes 15 or even 75.
And if I'm Howe here, I'm just going to kick this punt right out of bounds.
6:02 on the clock, and it is rolling. Snaps back. Rogers will end over end, low line drive kick. First one there is Alcorn along with Ryland Strong. And it'll roll dead at the 35-yard line on the Gunter side of the field. It's the 6th punt of the night for Howe, and there are flags all over the place back at the line of scrimmage.
I think this game's getting a little chippy.
Well, it's not quite as bad as the Howe Van Alstyne game 2019, but it's a little bit close.
Or I tell you what, Howe and Pottsboro have had some doozies as well.
Nothing I don't think ever will top the 2019 Howe VA game. That one, we were calling for that game to just end the game in the 4th quarter. It was so much. I mean, they ended up kicking from our 15-yard line. Kicking off.
Oh, yeah.
There were so many personal fouls, they kicked off from our 15-yard line.
How does that even work?
Well, they just kick an onside kick.
Really?
Well, but how do they line up? That's
just like you would normal.
Yeah, but just like
you're right along the line, then
wow.
Everybody's like lined up in the end zone, I guess.
It's like condensed.
Or at the 5.
Wow.
Martin and company come back out to the offensive side of the football with 5:38 going. They're rolling the clock. Martin wants it, gets it, hands on he pulls it out of the gut and throws an incomplete pass to his running back, which is Walden, who scored a moment ago, but this incomplete pass does not stop the clock with 5:14 and rolling.
Walden out in the flats he had a lot of room upfield. I think he looked before he caught the ball.
Here's your pistol look, Justin.
Here we go.
Walden will stand behind. He'll get the carry, and he is popped. Coming off the left edge was Torres. No, that was Charles Furr. Furr just leveled him.
Hey, you usually don't like the pistol formation when Howe runs it.
I'm not a big fan of the pistol, just because of the time it takes to get to the line of scrimmage.
And Furr, kind of same. Furr was waiting for him.
Now, if you have Bo Jackson back there, or Marcus Allen of the day, that's a totally different ball game. Those guys could scoot. Barton will hand off again. Walden, the right side of the offensive line, gets up to the 33-yard line.
Turnover.
Howe has a turnover? I was looking down at the chart.
I didn't see how it come out. I saw some people scrambling. I didn't know if that was something after the play or what, but I think Charles Furr comes up with the fumble recovery.
Boy, this team needed something to cheer about.
And they came out of the pile like they just got a turnover to turn this game around. Fortunately, still 63-3.
So at some point when it's 63-60, do you tell the officials, okay, stop running the clock, stop running the clock? Or are you set for life for that? So Howe will have it at the Gunter 35-yard line.
I have always wondered that if they mounted some miraculous comeback.
Can you go back to, the other coach would have to agree to it.
Yeah.
There's no way he's going to agree to something like that. Bender will keep it. That's not Bender. That's a snap back to Knox bounds. He's free. Look out. 20, 15, 10. Kiss him goodbye. Howe's on the board with a 35-yard touchdown run from Knox bounds and the Wild Dog.
Man, the biggest hole he's seen all night long. I love how his line comes to him to congratulate him. They're happy to get a touchdown out of this tonight.
Yeah, they get to hear the fight song. So it'll be the second baseman, Fernando Sanchez, on for the PAT. Old Green Gloves throws one of them down to the turf. And that's Riken Cross. Snap is back. It's on the tee. It was late getting on the tee. The kick is up and no good. As the snap you can blame on that one. It's 63-9. 3:10 left to go in the third. We'll be right back.
What's up, guys? It's Ridley Carter. I'm a senior cross country and long distance track runner.
This is Riley McCollum, senior basketball player and leading strikeout softball pitcher.
I'm Dylan Patterson, graduating football player and powerlifter.
I'm Ayla Jones, class of 2026 volleyball player.
We would like to thank the Howe Athletic Booster Club for the support of Howe student athletes and encourage anyone interested in helping to join.
Go
Dogs!
If your home or business could talk, what would it say? It may say it would like some privacy or security. Enjoy the beauty and durability of quality fencing from MTE Fence. MTE Fence is a local company specializing in commercial and residential fencing. MTE Fence ranges from wood, aluminum, and chain link fencing. MTE Fence services all of Grayson County and surrounding areas. Go to mtefence.com or call 903-686-9039 for an estimate. MTE Fence has a passion for connection. We are your connection for quality.
Jacob Griffo, who had a personal foul early in this game and has not been in the game since. He wasn't ejected from the game that I know of. But
he's been out there since then.
He's on the sidelines, and now he's getting a very long talk and a hug from Coach Steve Simmons, patting him on the back. Here's your Tech Wave kickoff. It's going to be taken by an up man who has a lot of room for a moment and then brought down on his backside at the 45-yard line.
Bulldogs still hitting hard out there.
I'm really liking Howe's fight in this third quarter. I mean, I know that the clock's running and just all of that, but Howe didn't just kind of roll over and die. They decided to come out and keep playing football.
That was Cole Bolt on the return, and he's had one heck of a night. So it's not like they have their backup units in there. It was Bolt who took a big pop on that return. Freshman quarterback Barton still in the game, Tristan Barton. In at tailback is Thomas Garcia. He'll get the carry here. Runs right over right guard, good for about 4 yards to the 49-yard line.
Number 26, Gunter Prescott with the carry.
That's actually Prescott, 26. Gunter Prescott.
Monty looks
again, those numbers.
Yeah. Hard to see. Bells look like they're going to pull away from Blue Ridge, 45-28 with 4:33 to go in the fourth quarter. When you're down by 17 to Bells late in the fourth quarter, you know your possessions obviously are limited. And it's pretty much might as well be down by 37.
That's the end of the third quarter. 63-9 our score here on Preston Road. We'll be right back.
It's that time of year again where our beloved radio guy won't shut his trap about how hot it is up here in the press box. Thankfully, the good people at Baker Air Conditioning and Heating cool this thing down in no time.
Roger, we're dying over here.
Speaking of hot air, there he is. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating has been serving the community of Howe for nearly 60 years. Baker Air Conditioning and Heating is located on Highway 5, and you can call them at 903-532-6255.
Roger!
Anchors with a Z Boat and RV Storage is located 1 mile off of U.S. Highway 75 in Howe, Texas. Anchors Boat and RV Storage is proud to bring personal, small-town customer service to the growing area of North Texas. With both open and covered parking available, locally owned and operated, members of the Howe Area Chamber of Commerce and the Texas Self-Storage Association. Anchors Boat and RV Storage has 20 amp power available and is manager occupied at 311 Old Highway 6 in Howe. Visit anchorsboatrvstorage.com or call 903-444-2500.
As we come back, Gunter will come out on offense facing a 2nd down and 6, leading Howe 63-9. Barton, the quarterback, Tristan Barton, freshman, hands off up the middle, a big hole there, and a pretty nice run again by Gunter Prescott to the 43-yard line of Howe. So let's get this right. Let's look at this now. Gunter, after tonight, will be 3-0 in district. They're going to be in. Blue Ridge moves to 2-1. Bells moves to 2-2. Leonard, beating SNS, will move to 3-1 as a new set of downs for Gunter. Handoff once again, Prescott to the 40.
Gunter Prescott again with a carry, about 3 yards. Down.
And then Howe will be 1-3. Callisburg will be 1-3. So you have to figure at this point in time, Gunter's in, Blue Ridge, Leonard's basically in. It's going to come down as it typically does, Blue Ridge, Callisburg, and Howe. There's a reverse on the left side. Not much doing there. Howe sniffed it out. Jameer Brown just absolutely leveled the ball carrier, which was Augustin Robledo.
What I think Callisburg had beat Bells, correct?
Callisburg did beat Bells.
So
they would hold a tiebreaker over Bells
if it came down to the fourth.
If it came down to that.
Spot, yeah. Now I don't know who Callisburg has to play Howe, and I'm not sure who their other two opponents are. Who they got left to play.
Bells. Gunter taking their time here. 9:58 on the clock. 3rd down and 6 coming up. A handoff left side and another appears 1st down run. It's going to be very close. And that's Walden again on the carry, and it is a 1st down to the 32-yard line.
Callisburg still has Howe here next week, Blue Ridge and SNS. So that Blue Ridge SNS game, or Blue Ridge and Callisburg game is going to be a big game.
So does Howe have to win out, assuming they lose this game?
Yes.
Okay.
100%. And that would put them at what, 3-3?
Yes.
Handoff. Actually, no, this is Barton rolling out one to throw deep down the field. No Gunter defenders were anywhere in the area. And we have a flag or an official timeout. We have a flag on the play.
There was all kind of confusion in the backfield. You're going to wave the flag off, looks like.
8:53 on the clock. It stops momentarily.
Why?
You would imagine it would still. There's no reason to stop it.
It was running in between possessions. Why would it stop on an incomplete pass?
Well, it was running it for a while, and now it goes again. I don't know.
It's second down and 10. The clock is running now. 63-9 our score. We're in the fourth quarter. Well, I was going to tell the story about Will Ingram, the kindergarten story, but I don't know that I want to do that.
Now that he's been injured.
No, it's not fair. Here's a handoff to Walden up the middle to the 29-yard line. 3-yard gain. Yeah, I don't want to do that to the young
Would that
man.
literally be add insult to injury?
Yeah, he's in pain right now. I'm not going to. It's a funny story, but it might embarrass him a little bit. He was in kindergarten.
Well,
shouldn't embarrass him, but I'm not going to tell him.
Rub salt in the wound.
Not going to tell it. Even though I told the story about Malin and his pirate.
That's different. Pirates are awesome, and he knows it.
Yeah, and real.
Well, yeah, whatever happened to that young lady?
She went out of town. Who'd have figured? I don't know. It's the strangest thing.
Yeah, her parents are like, this town is crazy. Here's a handoff up the middle, not much doing there, not anything doing. White jerseys all over the place. A great job by the Howe defense. And Malin, that's got to be good to see as far as this this culture of this team that you were talking about. Not talking about Greek, but talking about this team's culture. You know, standing up and playing and not giving up and showing effort in the fourth quarter.
You know, you got to love when your Bulldogs have teeth. You got to show them that you have some bite force. You have some kickback. You know, you're not going to take none. You're not going to lay down. That's just really important to have a winning franchise.
That was a yard loss back to the 30. And they're going to attempt a 48-yard field goal. And it has a lot of leg. And there's a flag down. That one was good, and it might have been. I mean, there is a wind at his back. Was it not good?
I think it was right.
Right. I thought it was.
Oh, did it go right? Wide right?
Yeah, it went right. I don't think it was wide right. I think it was barely right.
Well, there's a flag down in the end zone. But the young man, if he could have, I mean, he had enough leg.
Yeah, he had enough
certain.
leg. Just the accuracy was off.
And that is Jackson Leonard. And so they're going to attempt it again after the penalty against Howe. This one will be a little shorter. From the left hash.
44 yards.
43 yards. They'll move it up a yard. Jackson Leonard on the left hash from 43 yards. The snap is back. It's on the tee. The kick is up. It's a low line drive kick with enough leg, and it's good.
Wow.
43-yard field goal is good.
66-9, our new score with 6:18 left to go in this football game. Guys, let's just keep it here.
All right, we have our
I have an update from the Ingram family. So I'm going to break protocol here because the Ingram family is giving me information. 2 rounds of x-rays from different angles. First round showed no obvious fractures. He's listening. And he said, tell the story.
Oh, he did? Okay.
He's got pain medication. I don't know if I should really do that. He's going to wake up, tomorrow when he gets off these drugs and go, man, what did he do? I don't remember.
I don't remember giving consent.
No, I didn't give consent.
Well, I guess you got to honor his wish.
Let me write this down first. 43-yard field goal, was it?
Yes. What was the update again? That no fracture?
No fracture. No obvious fracture.
Okay.
And let me write down on my board so I don't get all messed up here. 66-9. I've got 5 minutes and 7 seconds to tell a story. That Kingdom Inflatable scoring drive recap was 8 plays and 55 yards. And we're just about ready for the Jackson Leonard Tech Wave kickoff. Completed second round of x-rays, no obvious fractures.
Okay.
Good news. Malin said this turf can come up and bite you. It's not new turf at all. It's very old. Here's the Tech Wave kickoff, going to head out of bounds around the the 14-yard line, so Howe will have good field position here. So the story goes, I was going over the questions. He was our senior spotlight. So we're going over the questions before we hit record. And I said, who's your kindergarten teacher? He said, Miss Smith. I said, well, do you remember anything about Miss Smith or kindergarten? He starts laughing and says,
It goes out of bounds.
well, yeah. We were at recess, and she told everybody to go to the bathroom before we got back in. So everybody went to the bathroom, but I didn't have to go. So I didn't go to the bathroom. We go back to class, and sure enough, not too much longer, I have to go to the bathroom. So I raised my hand and said, Miss Smith, I got to go to the bathroom. And she says, no, sir, you may not. You had a chance to go to the bathroom earlier. If you go to the bathroom now, I'm going to have to pull your card. And Will says, well, he thinks to himself, if I get my card pulled, I'm going to get spankings when I get home.
The wheels are turning.
Yeah.
Big decision.
So he had to make a decision. He had to make a big decision. So here's the kickoff. Tech Wave kickoff's going to go over the head of Howe and out of bounds as Jake Smith made him re-kick there. So Mr. Ingram decided against getting spankings and had an accident in the classroom. And we were laughing about it. I said, okay, you got to tell that story on the air. He's like, no way. I can't do that. Not in the senior spotlight. No, I can't do that. I said, come on. That's a great story. You got to tell it. No, I'm not going to tell it. I said, well, I know the story now, so it may come up in the broadcast.
Like, I'll tell it.
So I don't think the parents of Will Ingram were very happy about Miss Smith's decision. And I think maybe some words were exchanged. Poor Will. Well, he had to make a big life decision in kindergarten.
And in times like that, you got to make it quick. So it's not one of those things you got time to think out.
No, you don't have time to think that one out.
You got to, I got to make a decision now.
And then the rest of this game is just going to be assaulted away on kickoff.
Yeah. As the re-kicks have been going, the clock has been running. Just for our listeners out there, it has not stopped. We're under 2 minutes now. Hey, they're not even doing a 2-minute warning.
They just skipped it. And Coach Smith has made them re-kick it both times. They've kicked it out of bounds.
Twice? They've kicked
it out of bounds twice.
This is the third
time.
This is the third kick.
And clock, continues to run.
So Jackson Leonard will kick it off for the third straight time. Tech Wave getting their money's worth on this. Just think about the decision, though. I'm not going to let that go. Think about the decision. He chose that over getting spankings. His parents, woo, I don't know.
He really didn't want them spanking.
He didn't want. There's another story I could tell about that. Here's a kickoff going to go near out of bounds. You got to be kidding me. Fourth time in a row it goes out of bounds.
Man, I was kind of hoping that would happen, honestly.
There's a minute left in the game, and about 4 minutes has been chewed up by kickoffs, having to re-kick.
It's like the last 2 weeks have been kickoff issues.
Gunter scored with 5:07 on the clock, and they've been kicking off ever since. They finally stopped the clock at 49 seconds.
Well, I'm not sure why Gunter keeps kicking it out of bounds if they know that Howe's just going to make him re-kick it again.
I'm not even so sure that one was intentional.
And what's funny is I don't think the second one was really intentional either.
That one, I think, maybe could have been fielded over there, possibly. I mean, I didn't get a great look at it. Now, Cross was the nearest.
And give credit to Cross. He's not trying to, he's thinking about fielding it, but he's not trying to make something out of nothing.
And then here comes the clock.
43,
Start running
42,
again.
41. I mean, they're going to get this kickoff, and that's probably going to be it.
Because they won't stop.
Timeout's been called, I think, by Howe. No? 32 seconds on the clock? No?
They stopped it for a second. I don't know.
I think he called a timeout, but they're not taking the actual, they just want to stop the clock?
Maybe. They're not huddling on the sidelines or anything. They're just.
This is insane.
What a strange ending.
Cross and
this is number 4, right?
This is number 4. Cross and Strong will scoot up to the 25-yard line. They're kicking off from the 25. Jackson Leonard, the ball is in the air. It's going to go over the head of Riken Cross, tries to field it on a hop, does at the 11-yard line. Coming towards the middle of the field, stops in his track at the 20, turns around going the other way. Look out. He's got a lot of room in front of him. He's got the 30, got the 40, got the 50. Cross down the sideline, 20. Down to the 15. You've got to be kidding me.
Wow.
Touchdown time in Texas for Riken Cross. 90 yards. It was worth 4 times, was it not? The clock now hits the triple zeros.
What a way to end the game.
How about that?
And the officials walk off, and Coach Smith is saying, come on, guys, let's go shake hands.
Hey, if you want to have some momentum going in against Callisburg, you just run them a kick. How many kick returns do these young men have?
A lot.
I mean, Ryland Strong and Riken Cross, without question, are the most dangerous kick returners in this district and maybe the 4 districts around.
And what I think is impressive is that they're only juniors, so we're going to get this this excitement for another year.
Unbelievable.
But
what a way to end a 66 to what turns out to be 15 final score.
Yeah, I haven't looked to see what number, how many kickoff returns for a touchdown he
I
has.
want to thank everyone for coming out and for your incredible support throughout the night.
I think it's official. I think it's officially 90 because it went over his head. He touched it at the 11, but didn't actually get the ball until the 10. And when he turned around, again, how many times have we mentioned the Tony Dorsett thing?
Yeah.
Where he was in trouble in the middle of the field, stopped in his tracks, turned the other way, and had a lane, didn't even have trouble till he got to the other 25-yard line, and then just blew past everybody down there.
I'll tell you, I'd like to see a 40-yard dash or 100-yard dash, Cross and Strong.
You know, what I would like to see Strong run is the 400.
Yeah.
To me, he looks like a classic 400-meter runner.
Got long legs and big strides.
He may not win the 100 against Cross.
Yeah.
But I think he's dominant in the 400.
Well, and those guys are the same grade. I'm sure they've raced on the playground.
I bet they have.
Back in the day.
The team in white hold their helmets high. It may have been a 66-15 loss, but you ended on the good terms. Went down fighting. This team, we have seen in games like this, prior teams just turn it over and give it up and lay down. This team did not lay down tonight. And the second half came out fighting, swinging, and they did everything they possibly could to hang around and not, have this thing get any worse. And they fought. They absolutely fought. And I can't be more proud to be a Howe Bulldog, even in a 66-15 loss, because the standard is the standard.
Yeah, Coach Smith stayed aggressive in that second half. He, and it's probably against a third string or something like that, second string, but he stayed aggressive, did not let the kids quit. And even when they got that turnover, when Charles Ford covered the fumble, he come out there like that was a game-defining turnover. I mean, they were hyped up when he got that turnover.
Yeah, he's coming back too.
They got some guys on here that are getting some experience right now that will be back here next year. Strong, Cross, Furr, Bender.
Howe will be in a really good position next year to do some really great things. There's only one roadblock, and that's the number of heads they count coming up. If Howe goes over that level to get you back into 3A Division I, it's such a different animal. It's because Howe would be one of the smallest 3A Division I schools again, much like the situation we were in with a 22-game losing streak with Winsboro, Mineola, Mount Vernon, and those cats, and Pottsboro, and you get those,
You want to throw Gunter in there too.
Gunter, if you can avoid that and hang in Division II for 2 more years, this team is going to do some damage next year.
And that's probably all you got left for 2 more years.
Yeah, I think so.
Of Division II. If you're going to, because once you go Division I, you're probably not going back down.
Probably not.
The way the growth is up this direction.
Hey, I'm here with Coach Smith.
There's Coach Smith.
Coach, that was you played the number 1 ranked team. Talk about that.
Well, we knew it was going to be tough from the get-go with them, just the tradition that they have, and them being ranked number 1. We never made it into bigger than what it is, because at the end of the day, it's just a game. You know, we're trying to be so focused on being process-oriented, meaning we're going to be where our feet are in the moment, and it's taking 1 snap at a time. And I think early on in the first quarter, when we had that interception on our first possession, we can't allow a play like that to take the wind out of ourselves, and that's part of the growing pains and the maturation that we have taking over our program. And it's just disappointing how in the moment we weren't process oriented. We made the game bigger than what it was, and like I said earlier in the week on Tuesday, that it doesn't matter. It's a great opportunity, and you need to attack that opportunity. It doesn't matter whether we're on Ponderosa on that beat up tethered practice field that we've been working on for so long, or if we're meeting them in the parking lot, or we're coming all the way to Gunter, Texas to play them, and it's just disappointing.
Hey, Malin, ask him about the fight of this team. You know, there's been teams in the past that in this situation have rolled over and died. This team never quit fighting.
Coach, you were down 50 at half, but you and your Dogs did not lay down. Talk about that song.
I don't know if it's like that I magically said in the locker room at halftime. It's I had to get after some kids tonight on the sideline, and you got to let everybody know in the program, coaches, kids, managers, athletic trainers, all the way up. I talked to Kevin Wilson at halftime. I told him the standard will always be the standard, and what we did in the first half, we didn't meet our standard, and that's max effort every single rep from all 11 that's on the field. And sometimes you got to draw a line in the sand, and if you don't want to be part of it, then you need to go take yourself off, have your mom and dad take you home. And it's just a group of kids, a good group of kids coming together. Now I know, you don't want to take away, even if you are playing some backups, because their backups are going to play probably in a semifinal game. And so, those kids over there have to be ready. And if you think about it, they've played close to 56 football games. So that's 2.5 more football seasons than what we have in the last 4 years. So those kids they're ready to play. They're well coached. And so we don't want to take away from our kids, but it was, we created a turnover. We scored again in the kicking game. Play a little cat and mouse at the end of the game with a good friend of mine, and I told him no, he's gonna kick that thing in bounds, and he said, will you take a knee, because I don't want you to take it to the house. And I said, I can't promise that. And Riken Cross finds the end zone once again in the kicking game, and so it's always pretty fun when Coach Gill's a good friend of mine, and Jeff Egger's one of my best friends, and they said, hey, you got one on me. But sometimes you get a little bit more wisdom in some situations, and it actually the good Lord blessed us in that moment. But that kid playing with great effort, that right there, that last rep is DAT. The enthusiasm that we had on the sidelines and the kids being excited because we had some success, that right there is the definition of DAT, trying to instill in these kids moving forward.
Coach, it's do or die for playoffs next week. What is your plan for that?
Well, we got to apply pressure to ourselves, but once again, don't make it any bigger than what it's supposed to be. We're still going to continue to hold everybody to the standard. We're still going to be process-oriented, and it starts tomorrow. And we're not going to change just because we got beat this bad. We're not going to change who we are. We're still going to get our butts up early in the morning on Saturday. We're going to get a good film session in. We're going to praise those that played well. We're going to hand out stickers, because I still believe that we award those that played with significant DAT, and we're going to move on. And we understand that Calsburg's really tough, wing T, slot T, whatever you want to call them. So that's, I didn't know taking this job would be playing back in, from the decade of 85 through 95. So I'm having to dig deep in my archives and my Rolodex in my brain. It's just slow right now. But we as coaches, if we're not going to, I told them right now, if we're not going to be player-led, then we have to be led. That means we got to be the cheerleaders and we have to be the leaders that pull the kids along. Then we got to do it, and it can't just be one coach. It's got to be all 10 of us.
One final question. Does he want to know who won the Bells Blue Ridge game?
All right, one final question. Do you want to know who won?
I didn't hear.
I'm gonna go with Blue Ridge.
Bells won.
Bells won.
Wow, Bells won. How about a district? How about our district?
Yeah.
I don't know if that really makes me feel any better, but at the end of the day, I'll take anything just so we can get ready for Calsburg.
There you go.
Good answers.
Appreciate you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach.
Well, it's a lot to chew on.
That was. Let's take some calls here. He don't want to play the digging back in the archives, the 85, 95 offenses.
Oh, I tell you what, I was walking up here and Coach Smith's wife was in the stands, and Billy Ingram looked at his wife and said, "This guy right here," pointing to me, "has been praying for y'all to get here." And boy, that cannot be more truthful, that his family and the kind of character that he has, and is instilling that character to those kids, because those are, hey, look, I've got an important job with the city of Howe, and the future of the city of Howe, a lot of it depends on what they're doing here, because those kids in Howe, you want to get those kids back into the city of Howe. You want them to raise their kids in the city of Howe, much like my family did with me and Malin. And I mean, you want those families to reside in Howe, Texas. So therefore, you want the best character people also in your city. And so I am in full support, 135,000% of what he's doing over there with those kids.
It's interesting how things carry over from athletics even to the city and
yeah,
how it affects everyone.
Yeah. So we're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to have a quick Texas Land and Home Team post-game show. Well, hang on. Before we do that, I think Braz may have stats ready to go. Are you ready? I think Braz is ready for some stats. So let's do that. Instead of taking a break, let's keep rolling. Let's see. All right, don't fall on me.
Yeah, let me get all settled here. Okay. First team stats for Howe. Passing Bender was 4 of 10, 26 yards. And we had 26 rushes, 48 yards, 5 penalties for 25 yards. Grand total offense-wise was 74 yards in the game.
And you're under your turnover average.
That is true.
You only had 2 tonight.
That's true. From the
and your penalties weren't that bad, really.
No,
really not.
It's actually one of the better games regarding the penalties. As far as the individual stats go, rushing, we had Bounds with 12 for 57 and 1 TD. Rogers 3 for 8. Had Brown 1 for 2. We had Bender six rushes for -8, and most of those are due to sacks.
Yeah.
1 fumble. And Cross was 4 rushes for -11 yards. He couldn't get around the end all night long.
A lot of speed over there on Gunter's spot.
Yes, there was. And receiving wise, Strong had 1 for 12, Cross 1 for 6, Buttery had 1 for 4, and I don't believe he ever came back on, did he? After he got hit pretty hard on
which one are we talking about?
Buttery.
No, I don't believe he returned.
I saw him in his shoulder pad. He just had his jersey on there in the second half.
Okay, well, hopefully he's all right. And Thomas 1 for 4. As far as the return wise, We got the cross 2 returns for 112 yards and 1 TD.
Yeah, and one of them was the electrifying 90-yard.
Exactly, the last one.
Return. That was unbelievable.
And Strong actually had 4 returns for 71 yards.
Yeah.
So what you mentioned about the fact the return team for Howe,
they're good.
They're good. They're good. They got some speed. They got some speed there.
That's a good secret weapon to have to give you good field position.
Yes, it does.
And some points.
As far as team goes, Gunter, quarterbacks were 7 for 15 for 169 yards. They had 25 rushes for 187 yards. They ended up 10 penalties for 135. That's what they ended up.
Wow.
And they ended up 356 yards total. The big thing on Gunter was the kickoff returns and punt returns. Campiti had 2 for 150 yards and 2 touchdowns. He just kept slipping right through us.
Campiti, I always thought, every time I mentioned his name tonight, I thought, that guy sounds like somebody I wouldn't want to meet in a dark alley.
Jay Campiti.
Jay Campiti.
Yes, it sounds like somebody from Jersey.
Yes. Yeah. Hey, it's Campiti. I got some pizza for you.
And so Gunter ended up with 356 yards. That does not include the return yards and everything. So
yeah,
they had a pretty big return game too.
We're not going to have our highlights tonight, so we're going to wrap this one up in our Texas Landed home team postgame show. Final thoughts, Justin White?
Would the late Dennis Green say they were who we thought they were? You know, I mean they're Gunter. They're good offensively, defensively, special teams. Even though they gave up the long touchdown to Cross, but they're just a good team all around. They're well coached. They're going to make another deep playoff run. I applaud Howe for just the way they fought. We talked about it already, but just the way they fought. They stayed aggressive. You know, and to how chippy it got, it didn't seem like we lost our that Howe lost our composure as much as you would think. I mean, just with all the penalties, that sportsmanlike conduct penalties. So you know, I just applaud Coach Smith and what he's trying to establish here.
Braz?
Well, I'm like Justin. The thing about it is, this is Gunter's good. I mean, and they have been for a while, and they still are. But I do like what you said regarding how they may have been behind, but they never gave up. And they even come out after halftime, and they just kept fighting. And
that's different than what we've seen.
Yeah, exactly. The penalties were down tonight, and like I said, turnovers was down.
Yeah.
It seemed like Bounds, the last possession was when he seemed like he started running harder.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with that, but
yeah.
I think with Calsburg next week, it's going to be a good game.
I think so. Malin Walker, your final thought?
I mean, Gunter's a good football team, and but Howe did really good in my opinion. Let's talk about the offense and scoring. The most zany and bizarro scoring I've ever seen in my life in the best way possible. I've never seen a field goal hit the backboard. That was awesome.
Twice.
Yeah.
The backboard.
Knox Bounds shifted into Le'Veon Bell and was just so patient to get that one offensive scoring touchdown. And then to run out the game with kickoffs, something I never thought I'd see. And then last play of the game, get a 90-yard kick return touchdown. That's incredible. That's so good for morale. Penalties was bad, but I mean, Gunter and Howe was chippy all night. I'm not saying who initiated it, but I mean, you got to clean that up. That's kind of embarrassing. You don't want to.
You have a look on your face that you know who initiated it.
Well, I know who initiated it when I played.
Okay.
But that's a completely new team,
yeah.
completely new coach. So I'm gonna reserve judgment. But yeah, just focus in on your discipline. Discipline is the number one most important thing you can have in a team, really. So just, but I'm proud of them for fighting back, not giving up.
You know, I want to throw something in that right quick. I'm with Malin. The fact that they did not let Gunter, they matched him for chippiness, if you want to say that. Yeah, they didn't let Gunter just push him around on that.
You're right.
I just say there's a balance between being, you know, like just getting pushed around, but also kind of being smart about it and not letting them, and not letting your composure go. You know, just there's a fine line there. I think they did that tonight.
Jake Roberts.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think my final thought is more of a thought for next week, because these next 2 weeks, or I guess the next 2 games, are of the utmost importance for the Howe Bulldogs. They're going to have to perform at the highest level we've seen them all season, and they have to win both games. Now, we've seen Bells, with their backs against the wall, win 2 straight. It's Howe's turn to flip the script and win 2 straight to push themselves into the playoffs.
I agree. My final thought, hey, congratulations to the Gunter Tigers. I hope they go and win it all, unless the Howe Bulldogs do. They're a great team. They've got a great coaching staff over there. You know, I wish them the best. You know, they've got everything you need to get the job done. But we, you know, I'm envious of Roy Lehman and their broadcast crew, because they get to go call a lot of football games in some very nice, luxurious press boxes here on down the road. So that you know, I'm envious of that. I had those days in McKinney and Denison and Sherman, so I miss those days. But
they got a lot of those press boxes with elevators they go to.
Yeah. But hey, when you're a Howe Bulldog, you're a Howe Bulldog, and that's what it's about. And I'm proud of these young men out here fighting, and their backs are up against the wall now. They've got like Coach Smith said, don't want to make it, to put the pressure too much on them, I guess. But I guess they do need to understand that, hey, there's some huge games coming up, 2 back-to-back games. It's do or die, and Howe was in this same situation when Malin was a junior. You had to win out, and Austin Haley had a gimpy arm in the rain against Blue Ridge and wasn't able to be himself, and Howe Bulldogs weren't themselves that night, and Howe did limp into the playoffs, did get there, but we're in the same situation, a couple of years ago, but I tell you what, this football team is very similar to that 2022 team in some ways, but I think this football team overall, without turnovers, can beat almost anybody if they don't turn the ball over. And I think if they don't turn the ball over, they beat Callisburg by 2 or 3 touchdowns. If they don't turn the ball over, they beat Blue Ridge by 2 touchdowns. If they don't turn the ball over, they beat Bells, or they come really close to it. If they don't turn the ball over, they beat Leonard, or they come very close to it. But it's those turnovers that they get points off of, and that's been the detriment of this football team to this point. Now tonight, you can play mistake-free. You're not going to beat the Gunter Tigers. But these next 2 games, if you can play dang near mistake-free, you're going to find yourself in the playoffs. And Howe Bulldogs have an opportunity to do that, and I'm proud of Coach Smith and his coaching staff and all of the players. So a week from tonight, we'll be at home, and we will have the final home game at the historic Bulldog Stadium, the oldest active stadium in North Texas. And I think it'll be a great contest. And if you can't be there at the game, I hope you'll listen in to the broadcast, because we should have one that's a little bit more fun to listen to than these blowout games, which are very hard. So for everyone who's been a part of this one, including Justin White, Stephen Braswell, Jake Roberts, Malin Walker, I'm Monty Walker. So long, everybody. Oops.
You've been listening to the Texas Land and Home Realty Team post-game show. Howe Bulldogs football is a product of Studio 42. The full replay of the game will be available within minutes on this same link on YouTube. Howe Bulldogs football is brought to you by Scoggins Funeral Home, Baker Air Conditioning and Heating, South State Bank, GCEC, Sonic of Howe. Also brought to you by Brother Plumber, Rock Hill Investments, MTE Fence, Centurion American, Ed Meacham State Farm, Rapid Electric. Also brought to you by All In Custom Gutters and Christmas Lights, TechWave, First Baptist Church of Howe, Kingdom Inflatables, Anchors Boat and RV Storage, The Love Cottage. Also brought to you by Howe Athletic Booster Club, Michelle Carney Photography, Texoma Land and Home Team, the Crazy AC Guy.
Turn out the lights. The party's over. They say that all. Are they doing